Greetings and welcome to a dungeon run. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets. Tonight, we will look back and celebrate the wonderful adventurers of the Heroes of Bingle, as this will be the last episode of the dungeon run on Caffeine. And here's a treat. This will make it all worthwhile. All of the cast will have their chat open tonight. So get your comments and your questions ready! And there will be one unique dungeon run prop tonight. Show love. And we want to make sure that you know, very much indeed, that we love each and every mother. What kind of nonsense is that? Are you an employee, Reza, of Caffeine? Unbelievable. Farfignugan. I remember the commercial very well. I think it was from the 80s or 90s. Something about cars. Oh, goodness gracious, please. Listen, while I appreciate you, while I appreciate you. Okay, change box. Okay, I see how it is. You think that just because this is the last show that putting me into a painful, compromised position, everything shall be funny and cool and okay? Well, it's not. Full stop. How dare you? I thought we had an agreement. You, no more of those, okay? You too, Corn Unicorn, please. Everyone, stop. No joke. I'm not kidding. It is actually a pain in my rear when that happens. A physical pain in the rear. Don't. Stop it. Okay, but remember, the show love exists and you can use that if you'd like, but that's it. Nothing else. All right. Good. Now that the pain has subsided, Milo, if you could do me a favor, I would need some preparation H, yes. Just the whole tub. All right, here we go. Now, let's meet our brave souls. This is my favorite part of the show, the cast of characters. So, without further ado, please welcome Jared K. Jack as Sif Redhead Silly. Hello.
Hello. Oh, I love your
That
intros.
didn't go quite the way I expected. Sorry. Go ahead. Continue. This is your time.
This is my time. All right.
Yes.
Well, I'm already pretty happy. I got my gummy bears. I got my sugar rush going. So I'm ready to go. I'm a happy camper.
Damn it, Milo. I told you. I wanted gummy bears. It doesn't make a difference if I can't eat them. I wanted them here. All right, sorry. Jared, I'm jealous
You should be.
about your gummy bears and how pleased everything seems over there on your end. Because it's not pleasing here. No, it's dank and it's stinky. Milo just had an accident and... Okay. But nonetheless, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
My eyes are a bit wet, but I will not let that deter me from continuing on. Jessica Lynn Parsons is playing.
Hello? Is he not going to say it?
Did we lose Lord Airbend?
Well,
Is this a very long,
Did you
dramatic
sound?
pause?
I don't know. Did you lose me?
Yeah.
I think no, what happened was Lord Airbend's intro just broke the sound barrier.
Interesting.
I'm playing
Are you
myself
hearing
tonight.
me or no? Are they hearing me or no?
Yes.
I can't
Now we
tell.
are.
Yes, we
I'm
can hear
being
you.
heard. Yes,
Yes.
finally. Milo, you are going to die a nasty death tonight. Do you understand? Yes. Do not touch that plug again. If you do, well, you're already dead. It doesn't matter. Jessica, you look wonderful as per usual. I'm
Thank you, Lord
excited as per usual, but I'm also a little sad
Yes.
because I love you. Do you
I
understand?
love you too.
Yes, I said it.
I love you too.
There it is. It's
I
in
love
the
you,
open
Lord
now,
Airband.
everyone. I love
And
you.
I don't care who knows it.
Oh, goodness gracious, that feels so much better. Wow, I feel great.
It's all out in the open now.
Finally, it's
can
like
speak
I've
freely.
a weight off the chest. Very free. Oh, wonderful. Ah, listen, everyone who's saying, what about Amy? Yes, yes, of course. There isn't just one. I mean, come on. Don't be silly.
Amy?
All right, next up. Well, don't even, it's something else.
Amy Forepaw?
Milo, take out,
Boy,
pull the plug again, please, really quickly, so they can't hear
the
me.
tea is getting
Pretend I'm
spilled
off.
tonight, my friends.
Oh, gracious, gracious. All right, did you do it? Okay, good. Listen, do me a favor. Whenever I raise my right hand, excuse me, just pull the plug again. Good? Okay, good. All right, go ahead and put it back in. Perfect. Sorry, everyone. I think I was unaudible or inaudible, as they say. Well, I'm back now.
Are you part cyborg? Have you been hiding that from us this entire time?
Perhaps. Why?
Part
Why do you ask? Morgan,
No,
Peter,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes, please. Let's do this. the
You
right way.
just
Thank you.
cut off your own intro. So now I'm going to have to do it again.
I mean, it was going to take an
Everyone,
hour
please.
if I didn't.
well, this time do. I'm going to do this again. Morgan, Peter, Brown, playing the one and only
Never gets old.
Yes, never.
What's up, buddy?
I love you too.
I love you.
And hold on before
I love-
you say anything. Hold on.
Okay.
Wait, really quick. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting. Jared, I also do love you too, but
Yeah. It was implied.
because I didn't want to leave you out. Okay, I'm done then. Morgan, go. It's all you. The stage is yours.
It's fine. No, I don't know what this means for all of our relationship after tonight. I mean, if this just means that we're all just in a 7-way relationship, I'm okay with that.
7-way relationship, yes.
A septuple,
Well,
or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
A polyhedral
Is there a
relationship.
problem with that?
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with that? Is
Nothing,
anyone
nothing.
here complaining? Okay, good.
No,
I figured
no,
this
not
is
in the least.
quite normal. It's very
Yeah.
normal for me and my people. All right.
Right.
My wife is watching the stream tonight, so we have to kind of keep it on the down low.
She
For
can,
sure.
she
She's
can
also-
be in a
she-
relationship with us.
Yeah, she can get in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sounds like it just made
In
it
a
eight.
88 relationship.
Yeah, my wife's in on this too.
Wait a
She
second.
just texted me. It's all good.
Hold on. Something just happened. French Kick just decided to drop a potato.
Saw that.
The standard style one, the one that actually tastes delicious when you fry it up with peanut oil. I'm so gracious. Thank you, French Kick. We all appreciate it very much.
Thanks.
All right. Next up, Ronald Ogden, who plays none other than girl.
Hello, good sir. How are you?
I'm great. You're very green today. I love it.
Yeah.
This
There's
is
definitely
new.
green going on. Definitely some green going on.
It makes sense though, because you are, after all, part orc. No.
Correct.
Or fully orc.
Well, yes, full
Part,
orc, but
full?
yes.
You are.
Well,
but not
you know,
really, because
they
you have
always said it
ancestors
was
that
three
aren't you?
quarters. They always said it was three
Yes,
quarters.
I knew it!
Yes.
See? I was about to tell Milo to pull the plug, but I didn't need to because I was right. Ron, it's great to see you. I love everything about this. You look fantastic. I'm so excited about tonight, but again, I'm not going to keep saying what I was about to say.
Despite all of our beef, friend, I love you.
Yes. I love you
Love
too.
you, pal.
Fine, there I said it. It's real. Love. True love. Last but not least, but also not last, and not least, the one that I really had beef with, if you will, Katie Michaels, who plays Lily. Dumbly Stark!
I had no idea we had beef.
What do you mean? We were just talking about how we were at odds last week, weren't we? Or was that the week before?
Maybe so.
Maybe I just want to be at odds.
I think I just
because
black
like
out
it
all
because-
bad interactions.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very much like your character, eh?
Exactly.
I like it. Oh.
You look good,
Katie?
Lord A.
Well, I always do.
I know.
But you certainly look very interesting. And hold on, when I say interesting, I mean memorable.
Yeah.
Something reminds me of something else or earlier in my life somewhere. If I just had a visual memory, I'd be able to point it out.
Keep thinking on it.
I do want to say that I love the way that you are appearing this evening, and I do want to also say that I love you.
I love you too. So much.
Now, you didn't have to say that,
I know.
but I appreciate it that you do, because I can tell that you do.
I would have said I like you too if I didn't mean look.
I'm so glad you didn't.
Yeah.
That would have really ruined this whole intro. But thank you. I love you. It's good to have you again. Lastly, again, now this time it's last and fully the least, not the least, but last, but the most, and one of my favorite people ever in the history of humans. Your DM and the Dungeon Run's DM, the man, the myth, the legend, Keith
Yeah. Lord Araban, my friend. Thank you for bringing us into the dungeon for nearly 2 years. I appreciate it.
Listen, Jeff, I know no one likes those intros. They all despise them, but I don't give a
I
At
love
the
them.
end of the day, I love it. And I love you. And I love the introduction of all of you. And then I love sitting back with Milo and enjoying the dungeon run. The greatest show ever. Are we clear about that? Ever. I don't want to hear another thing about it being anything but. Sorry, Jeff. I just needed to say that.
No, I appreciate it. Get it off your chest.
I
buddy.
love you.
Love you too.
It's off. Sort of. There's some things. Jeff, as always, I, Lord Eraban, I've never said my name like that before. Let me try that again. I, Lord Eraban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game and the show. So keep an eye out for my avatar in comments. But now, keep the comments coming. Be ever vigilant and let the dice roll.
Hey, everybody.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, man. First things first, folks.
Woo!
Happy birthday to Katie Michaels.
Happy
It is
birthday!
her birthday today.
Please.
Today is
Thank
Katie Michaels'
you.
birthday. Happy birthday.
You know what she did
delightful
on her birthday? Sent us gifts.
Yes.
Yep.
she
This
went
is the kind of
Gummy
person that
bears.
Katie Michaels is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sweet angel.
drinking the
Sweet,
wine that she
sweet
delivered to
angel.
my doorstep.
Yeah.
Delightful. Thank you, Katie. And on
Thanks, guys.
Sunday is Jared Kajak's birthday.
Yeah.
So happy early birthday to Jared KJ.
Boo.
Say boo.
I'm hearing boos from a certain contingent of the audience. I'm not able to discern where those boos are coming from exactly, but no. So this is the part where I catch everybody up, and I'm gonna do it. So here we go. I wrote a little thing.
Can I say something real quick? I just want to say thank you very much for all of the happy birthday wishes that we're getting in chat right now. It means a lot to Katie and I, so thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
You guys are the best. And the audience is great too.
They're gonna make me cry again. We haven't even started the show.
No,
We have
Nope.
not started.
Well,
Hold it
let's start.
together, guys.
Let's
Hold it
start.
together.
Let's
Keep it
start.
together.
Holding it together.
All right. Oops, hang on. All right. It started as a simple dungeon run. 5 strangers who answered a call for adventurers. 5 performers who saw a note tacked to the side of a virtual signpost and auditioned to become part of a team. 5 talented creators who brought their imagination, humor, and heart to a story of empathy and hope and trust. Along the way, they became more than a team. They became friends. And even better, their friendship expanded. Together, they discovered some incredible, ineffable magic. In that very first dungeon run, they found the kind of magic that every group of adventurers hopes for. And that magic connected them with you, the watchers of the time stream. You joined them on their quest. You helped them, and you challenged them when they needed it. You became part of the team. Your support meant that a quest that was only supposed to last 10 episodes grew into 77, even more when you count Mending of Magic and the Highmore 6. Your contributions, your creativity, your time and energy, and your care combined with theirs to truly help shape the story that they told. But make no mistake, this story is far from over. There's so much more to tell. Just recently, we have seen the tale of a Tabaxi rogue struggle to transcend the harsh environment from which he was born. In returning to Olsvach, we got to see firsthand the conditions that helped shape Civ Redthistle into the secretive thief that he became. We have witnessed his journey of love and redemption. We've heard his exquisite poetry and seen his capacity for swift and merciless violence, and we've wondered which side of his nature would prevail. We saw him fall from a Pegasus and nearly die, convinced he was the victim of cursed dice. And then we saw him fall in a different way, for a beach gnome bard who gave him hope and saw something in him that no one had before. Over time, we were able to watch each side of his persona, Civ and Civrak, influence his decisions. He lied to his teammates, protecting someone in league with the enemy. And he stole, destroying the salvage mander's sacred clam in pursuit of treasure. But also, he cared, teaching Lily's siblings how to protect themselves and delighting a group of young dwarves as he rode through Dalto Thum, dancing and smiling atop his Achirai. Traveling back in time, he was forced to take orders from someone he despised, and it revealed so much watching him plot and seethe in opposition to a power-hungry pirate. I'll never forget the simple, cold offer he gave to the king and queen of the Tritons, Uchalas Voy and Uchalas Way, an offer to end their suffering. And I'll never forget how he reacted to seeing Vic again for the last time inside Sky Scorcher Peak. The depth of his feeling for her sacrifice and the beauty of his commitment to bringing her back to their childhood home for her final rest. These aren't plot points. These aren't things that the DM crafted in front of his computer reading his source books. These moments define the character of Civ Red Thistle. They are why we care about him, why we are invested in his story. These are memories that Jared Kajak created, and I am grateful. Similarly, Fahima Tig has grown over the many hours we've seen her from an inexperienced, idealistic teenager into a complex and shrewd wizard. Watching her attempt to pet and befriend malevolent creatures inside the fallen lodestar and coin the safe word Hamlet to prevent her teammates from harming dangerous monsters caused some to question Fahima's usefulness to the team. Her rash and sometimes reckless decisions, like casting a fireball at James inside the hull of a wooden ship, made Fahima the subject of undue ire and frustration. But seeing how all of these beautiful character moments laid the groundwork for Fahima's progression, her growth into a smart and savvy adventurer, proved what is possible with long-form storytelling. With Fahima's connection to Meep, her flirtation and journey through all the facets of love with Sinalka, and the deep and enduring bond she created with other members of the team, we have seen a sheltered young woman develop relationships for the first time and learn about the wider world slowly, deliberately, and by making wonderful mistakes. And when the time came for Fahima to truly stand on her own, to make the toughest decision and leap into the unknown without the benefit of others by her side, we got to witness something truly special. A character stripped of her support system, forced to rely on her own wit and cunning, to think her way out of problems by herself and discover exactly who she is and what she stands for. I'll never forget Fahima's use of blood magic as the White Witch to scare the Yuan Ti, her explosion of lightning to vanquish the armored elemental in the Fourth Forge, or her confession at Stranger's Fate about her nervous fire farts. I'll always be grateful for the commitment to character that Jessica Lynn Parsons brought to the role, her courage to always make the decision that was right for Fahima, and her trust in me, her willingness to take the leap into two-person Dungeons & Dragons when we split the show in half. Just last week, the conversation that Fahima had with her father in a dream is a scene I'll always be proud of. Fahima's story has a lot left to tell, but the journey she has taken already is incredible. The character arc of James Quillis has had its share of incredible moments as well. Dark secrets and the temptation of power. From the beginning, watching James solve the riddle of the lock that chained the Storm Warden, to his use of sending, dream, and speak with the dead to gather information, James has consistently demonstrated clever, tactical approaches to problems. But it has been the fascinating push and pull of James's inner life that has been the most compelling to watch. Even before his deepest secrets were revealed, every moment and every decision was informed by the guilt and moral crisis he was experiencing. Watching James return to Turles despite his protestations and come face to face with both his mentor and his tormentor made us understand a life that would motivate a pact with a great old one. The things he did not say, the struggle he had in just being there, only came into focus dozens of episodes later when his biggest lie was laid bare. James has had his own relationships, the subtle affection for Nance, the disturbing flirtation with Maud, and the revelation of his vomit-splashed first kiss. But in his relationship with his patron, the artist formerly known as Squillace, that has shown how truly nuanced and interesting a character he is. James, standing defiant in the face of a dark power, his willingness to put himself in harm's way, walking directly into the hunger of Hadar for the chance to confront his patron, made the hair stand on the back of my neck. I will never forget James trying to make a deal with Vargan in the middle of the blood-soaked alabaster woods, or he and Lily riding on the back of his phantom steed, Nightfall, galloping through the rain as the lighthouse on Ocean's Skull Point receded in the distance, or the passion and fiery temperament he brought to arguments with his blood brother, Uggo. And I'll certainly never forget the words, "Bingle is safe again." Words every creature in Ain heard, and every watcher of the time stream will always remember. Morgan Peter Brown always brought his intelligence, his openness, and his commitment to James, along with a marvelous capacity for quick arithmetic. And it has been a gift to see him mold James into a deep, deliciously conflicted character. James continues to seek answers about his patron, how he is connected to the Warden quest, and whether he is truly tied to a malevolent force in the world. His story, too, has so much left to tell. As for Uggo Ragefist, the barbarian with a giant heart, we have seen his progression from a blunt instrument of damage and damage absorption into an introspective seeker of truth. His trust, his love, and his vulnerability have made him a three-dimensional character inside a two-dimensional archetype. From his devotional stay at Lily's bedside after she fell from Urtenfurt's lodestar, to his reaction at killing Whitebeard, to his pain hiding in the cellar beneath the Warm Hearth Tavern after hearing Siv's song for Lily, Uggo has been at the heart of some of the show's most emotional moments. His own brashness, starting a bar fight in Boster, threatening to rip the arms off of Audric Lucerne and Turles, or even running headlong into an exploding rat all the way back in episode 0, have added an unpredictability to the story that is consistent with how this orc would behave. Seeing Uggo make a connection with dwarves who hated him, or try to work out the conversion rate of malls, understand the meaning of love, we've all we've all related to his desire to understand the world in simple terms. But it is his discovery of the Candle Queen and his road to becoming a paladin of truth that has turned Uggo into a much more complex and fascinating character. And all of this has come from Ronald Ogden's own devotion to storytelling. His commitment to playing Uggo the Orc with all of his faults, all of his low intelligence and anger, has made me appreciate what role-playing can be. I am most sad that we haven't had a chance yet to journey to Thorn, to explore Uggo's backstory and get a window into his past in the same way we have with the other characters. There is so much more of Uggo's story to tell. And finally, Lily Dumblestuck, the heart and conscience of the heroes of Bingle. Lily's pluck and ingenuity, her constant ability to approach a challenge in entirely fresh and unusual ways, from pretending to be a robot, to turning a harpy against itself, to talking her way past dwarven guards, Lily creates moments of surprise and delight. Her improvisational gymnastics, tying NPCs in knots, convincing a couple of hardened pirates that they love each other, or braiding Whitebeard's beard, or negotiating gold for gold, make for some of the most entertaining and funniest parts of the show. Her stories about life back on Bingle and her aphorisms from her Grammy make us all fall in love with Lily and Lily's optimistic worldview. But Lily has her serious side too. I'll never forget when she heard that Bingle had been destroyed, how she turned the tardy plunder around and forced it to go back to save her family. Or how she reacted when the heroes killed the halflings and set the sea hag free. Seeing Lily return to her island home and interact with her Grammy and her siblings, the depth of emotion she felt for each of them, for the home that they all loved. It was beautiful. And of course, I'll never forget her choice. The choice she had to make twice in front of the Chrono Dragon, the heartbreaking seriousness with which she weighed the consequences. Katie Michaels has infused Lily with such authentic goodness. But to see her struggle to preserve that goodness in the face of real heartbreak, real challenge, and a harsh world that forces her to do difficult things is what makes the character so real and so wonderful. That and the amazing songs. I do not have enough words to praise a bard who writes songs of such wit and wisdom. I'll leave that to the bards. But it is magical. We've seen Lily help save her island home. We've seen her plummet to the depths of the ocean to save her mother and her sisters. And we've seen her wrestle with the decision to sacrifice a single boy to undo all of it. But Lily's story is far from over too. They are called the heroes of Bingle because of her. But they still have so much to learn and so much to prove to truly earn the title of hero. As I've said many times, the story has grown in its telling. Usually these recaps at the beginning of the show focus on the plot points you need to follow along. I tend to mention the narrative story beats, the things that I have brought to the table. But this week, I wanted to recap just a bit of what these players have created, how their creativity and commitment to character has expanded and deepened this tale. The very first time I met with this group, in Jessica's apartment in the valley, Jared used a metaphor of paintbrushes. How, as performers, each of us use different shades and different techniques to collaborate on one painting we all share. Well, it has been my privilege to provide a bit of canvas to watch these artists add their colors, to see their talent imbue this world with life and authenticity, with laughter and tears. I cannot believe how lucky I have been to craft this story with them and to be able to call each of them my friend. And all 6 of us have been beyond lucky to have the support and hard work of numerous people behind the scenes helping us bring this show to life. That begins with our phenomenal showrunner, Bernardo, and the tip of our spear, Alex. They created a dream environment to work in with total creative support, and I am so grateful. Also, the 7th member of our cast, Lord Ereban himself, Mr. Zan Bromand, jump-starting every single episode with an energy and a humor that only he can. The incredible musicians, Heather and Leah, who elevated every single moment of this show immeasurably. Greg and Red 5, who created our set and set pieces, transforming our biggest moments into something truly spectacular. The Map Room team, John and Michael and Amanda and Thomas, whose hard work and artistry made the quarantine episodes better and better every single week. The technical team, Dustin and Porter and Adam and David, thank you, each of you, for a commitment to excellence. And the folks at Caffeine, Vinny and Reza and Bobby and Nando and everyone in San Francisco and the entire crew that worked with us in the studio, the folks who took a chance on this show and let us do our thing for so long, we are so, so grateful. It has been a dream job. I also want to thank Amy Vorpal and Todd Stashwick for stepping in for me when I was unable to DM. Both of them absolutely crushed it and took the show to wonderful new places. And Trisha Hirschberger, the luminous, the amazing, the splendiferous host of our companion show, The Dungeon Rundown. Thank you for your magic and your enthusiasm and your heart. So, as sad as we are that our time here on Caffeine is ending, we are determined to continue this story. As I said, there is a lot more to tell. We are still working out the details, but we hope that each and every one of you watching will stick with us for what's next. Please, 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 if you haven't already, head to our Discord and join the vibrant, positive community there. And follow at the Dungeon Run on Twitter to find out what is next for the Heroes of Bingle. We have no intention of letting this be the end, but for that to be true, we will need the Watchers more than ever in the days and weeks ahead. I want to say, on a personal level, that as proud as I am about what we have made here on Caffeine, and I am extremely proud of that, it pales in comparison to how proud I am that our little D&D campaign created the Dungeon Run Discord community. Dice and Capes said it beautifully last night on their short watch party. This community has created friendships. It has connected people together, and that is not going anywhere. The community is about much more than just this show and much more than just D&D. It's about positivity. It's about being human and being kind. As the Raven Queen says a lot, the runners are a family. And if the lasting legacy of the Dungeon Run is that, then I could not be more grateful or more proud, because that is magic. Okay, so tonight will be a celebration of the last nearly 2 years. Last nearly 2 years here on Caffeine. We will not be continuing the story tonight. As much as all of us wanted to start the heist of the Cheesemonger's mansion, it just didn't seem like the right thing to do for our last show here. Instead, we're all going to be hanging out in chat, and we'll be bringing your questions into the show as best we can, looking back on all the episodes we've made here. And in a little bit, I thought maybe I'd throw together a big Dungeons and Dragons fight just for fun, since we still have the map room one last time.
Map room magic.
Yes.
Last night at the beach house, we're gonna have a party.
Everybody's
right.
invited.
That is where we pick up this week. And basically what I was thinking is we just sort of open the floor. Folks, we'll be looking at chat. If there's anything you want to ask about or have...
No.
Yeah, hang on.
You don't get to do what you just did. And then we just sit here and take it and not say anything about you.
Yeah. Jeff gave us zero warning that was coming,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah. All I saw was a bunch of people trying really, really hard not to cry, which just made me want to cry more.
I just legitimately cried the most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go first if you guys are okay with that.
Please.
Okay. So when we started this whole thing, Jeff's right. I did say, I wanted to know how everybody else was going to paint, what color they were going to use. And I viewed it as improv. We're all different people coming from different backgrounds, and we're all just trying to figure out a way to gel. But the key to that happening is you have to have someone steer the ship. If you've ever done a play, if you've ever done improv, if you've ever done anything, if you work a regular job, you have to have somebody that steers the ship. Jeff is our captain. He's the guy, day in, day out, every time we get together and do this show, I look up to him. So what I'd like to say about Jeff is that there were times, because I'm a pretty skeptical guy, I judge things pretty harshly, and I tend to, these guys will tell you, I tend to, look for what's wrong so that I can fix it. That's what I do. There's nothing that needs to be fixed about Jeff.
Except an eye and a knee.
Well, physically speaking, Jeff is falling apart.
Actual ailments aside.
So true. So true.
But as a dungeon master, he has a gift. And that's how I feel.
Thank you. You guys don't have to go around and talk about me. I appreciate it very much, and I think that I get more credit than I'm due for the show, and I wanted tonight to just show how much you all are my gift. I'm so lucky to have a group of players like you, and I wanted you all to know how much I recognize how good you make me look and how much you fill in this world. And like I said, I feel like I am lucky to have provide the canvas and watch you guys paint. It's just wonderful.
We're all lucky. We're all lucky to have you and to have each other. I mean, you know, this is all insanely lucky.
We all took the lucky feet.
Yeah.
and we
all rolled natural 20s.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the fact that we did not know each other leading into this, the fact that we built a D&D show through a casting process, you know, and all of these things, it's it's very lucky. And I think our heads were in the right place. What I will give us credit for, I will give us credit that our heads were in the right place. And I think it was Jeff that said it early on, which is just trust. It's about trust. Yeah. And it's about trust from the top down. Alex, Bernardo, who were mentioned, everybody behind the scenes, everybody here. And it is something to look at a person who you've just met and just say, I trust you. And that's what we've been doing. And this is kind of an example of what that can lead to. It's really hard. It's really hard to do, especially in the world being the way it is right now. And yeah, trust and patience. So I love you.
Love you guys. And I love, you know,
also that, oh, sorry.
Please.
I'm just going to compliment you, Jeff, really quick. I'm just going to say, I feel like I always get complimented on like my creative choices, and we all get complimented on these creative choices, but I feel like those wouldn't be made if we weren't empowered as players by you to make those creative choices.
Yeah.
And you're like the embodiment of rule of cool in the best possible way, where you still keep it grounded in a world. But I was terrified to start this show, and I've never been more supported in a performance.
We have jumped out of a plane so many times, and Jeff building the parachute as we were falling.
Yeah.
You don't like support us, you like beautifully craft it into a story and weave it into this tale that is honestly magic, and I don't know how you do it, and magic is the word for it. You are magic.
For those of you in chat who play Dungeons and Dragons yourself, you know the games that you play where you end the session and you walk away and you just feel like you're floating. You feel like you really did something. There's a catharsis. There's a sense of unity, a sense of creativity. We feel that every time we do this show. That's not rare. It's something that happens every time. Sometimes it's beyond 100%.
Yeah. And
it's been such a privilege to act with you all, to create with you all, and we're going to keep doing it. We have to.
We
have to keep the magic going.
Yeah.
The world, as I have gotten older, has shown me that my heroes die. Everyone makes mistakes, but sometimes when you put hope and faith in a mentor or someone who you look up to, they let you down. Jeff, you do something that I have never met in any of my mentors. You openly talk about how you can fail. You own it. You say it. You're constantly worried about it.
Every single episode.
Every freaking single time. We would come out of the best episodes and he would be like, what the I done? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And you'd be like, what have I done? What have I done? I've ruined the whole show. And it's like, in a world in which all of my heroes have died, you have shown me that you can be a hero for me because you accept that. You accept that you make mistakes and that you're always trying to, even before you make decisions, you're thinking about the mistakes you might make. And the world could use a lot more of that. So it's kind of hard. I've met so many of my heroes. All of you, in a way, are heroes to me in one way or another. And
well, I'm glad you said that because I was thinking that hero just meant old.
No, it means to me, a hero is someone who can teach me something and not even try. And all of you have taught me something very deep and very important to me in each your own way. And I appreciate that. And that doesn't just go for this cast or the people that I've interacted with in this crew. It goes for the community as well.
Yeah,
many of you have taught me things that I did not
Andy
know.
Rutherford, I see you in the chat. We love you, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will say you guys kind of brought it up, or Jessica, you in particular brought it up. And I think one of the biggest compliments that we've gotten is seeing how many people have started playing Dungeons and Dragons because they watched our show.
Yeah.
My wife included.
What a cool thing. And you know, that is a
Me too. Me included.
One of them being Katie Michaels.
Yeah. I mean, I think you know, Ron kind of talks about this too. It's that, and you know, what Morgan was saying, that level of trust, you know, exercising it like a muscle. You know, I think games, I've long believed games build that, strengthen that muscle of trust, of all agreeing to play by the same rules. We had our first dinner together as a cast. I brought up this notion of the magic circle, you know, which is about this tacit pact that you all get into when you've decided to play a game together, and you're in a circle or a square or whatever, and you've all agreed to play by the rules, right? And trust one another, and that what happens inside the magic circle is different. There's different rules than the rest of the world. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And I am so just overwhelmed and grateful for the circle that we created, and that the little concentric circle outside the six of us created with the wider production team and support system. I mean, Caffeine and everybody at every level, literally at every level, could not have been better to work with or more supportive or bringing more to the table. Like I've never been on a project in my life where every single person went above and beyond. Everybody brought their A+ effort and added and added and added. And that is just a dream. And that's
also was awesome. Like great to hang out with everybody.
Yes. Right, good people, great hard workers, brilliant, very talented and imaginative. You know, it's an amazing thing to be part of that. And I think that's why you're seeing so many tears tonight, is because I don't think any of us think this is the last time that we will get to tell stories together, or even this particular story together. But it is likely the last time this entire team, extended team, will be able to focus all of their talents in one direction. And that is what I'm sad about, because losing any part of this team is a loss, because everybody made the show better and better and better. And it's an amazing thing. And we're all very, very grateful to Caffeine for letting us make it for as long as we did. It was a remarkable experience.
I want to second that. I'm really very grateful to Caffeine for almost 2 years of this show. It changed my life in a huge way. Yep. So thank you, Caffeine.
All right.
Out of context, it just sounds like you're thanking coffee. Thank you, Caffeine.
You help me wake up every morning.
I want to thank Tryptophan.
Thank wine.
thank you to all those iced teas I drank.
Look, a lot of this is going to sound strange out of context. So
Just a little side thank you to THC.
I hope someone finds this episode before any of our other episodes. They're like, what is this show?
Corbin played GIF the thank you caffeine moment.
I want to thank Four Loco. This is
all right, so let's interact more with it. With we're kind of
yeah.
We don't want to.
I saw a lot of things. Well, just now they kind of went away, but what I think is really cool is, Jeff, you touched on this, like the people that started playing D&D, but people who are like, you inspired me to. Someone said, Fahima, you inspired me to write in character more, which I think is such
Angel
a cool
Devilson.
thing. Yeah,
Amazing.
yeah.
it was really awesome.
Well, and we have to mention that this past weekend, Ron and Jessica and Katie and I all played in charity D&D games with Fail Waffle and Raven Queen. Who,
Oh, what a
Fail
treat.
Waffle had never played D&D before
Really?
watching Dungeon Run. I think she played before our game, but our show was what got her into it. And Raven Queen might be the same as well.
I think Raven Queen said the same thing. I might be wrong.
But Jessica Fail Waffle, she was terrific. We had such a blast.
Yeah, in the chat she's saying I'm a noob, but there's no such thing. It doesn't matter. It's okay. That's
Raven Queen
Yeah.
says she did play before TDR.
Yeah, but it was wonderful, and it was it's opened up our heart in so many ways. And the internet isn't like this, so I don't know what to do with it.
I know.
You get it.
But I mean, honestly, if anybody's watching and you haven't already become a part of the Discord community, just because this is our last show for a little while, or last show here, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't join that community. It's a fantastic, vibrant community. I heard last night they're going to be starting to talk about more different kinds of things on the channel. They're going to be covering genre movies and TV shows and stuff. So, I encourage you. It is a special place with special people who all really care about each other, and it is it's positivity, and I think we could all use that in this world.
Yeah.
Will Elliott said that he likes the show. He can share it with his kids, and his kids, if you follow him on Twitter, are the sweetest things. They have a dungeon run, or not dungeon run, a D&D book club.
Oh, amazing!
Awesome.
And it's the best.
That's so
I'm trying
cool.
to get a membership, but it's hard.
I'm trying to keep
They're
up with all
very
these.
exclusive.
Chat is
It's hard to
going
get
fast.
in. I know, it's hard to keep up. I just keep picking little.
Somebody said
So-
that I helped give them courage to DM. I think I hope
Aw.
that's not something that is intimidating to people, because it is, honestly.
Oh, I'm more intimidated to DM now.
No, I think that
Playing with the best.
the point is I was intimidated to DM when I started too, and what I realized pretty fast was like, oh, there's no reason to be. That it's literally about facilitating fun. It's just about having fun, and if everybody understands that there's no winning and no losing, it's just about going in and having a good time and telling a story together. Like that's that's the magic. That's
Yeah.
you start in a place and you're not really sure where you're going to end up. There are twists and turns that no one could foresee, but only because of the coming together of people did you find it. And
I had a unique experience in that I found D&D before I found improv, and so when I got to improv, I was like, "Oh, it's D&D." And people were like, "What are you talking
Yes.
about?" And I was like, "Oh no, that's D&D, man. Like I've done this every day since I was 16. Like we can do this. Let's do this." And I think that's really what I love about this group is that we have been so trusting, as Morgan identified, especially in the heated passion moments. That's what I think people are really drawn to in good D&D, is just a good people trusting each other and letting each other help tell the story. So absolutely.
There have been so many times where it speaks to the trust I have in you all, where I would have thought of something in the week off, and it's not like I don't pre-plan that much, but like have ideas for things, and and then you can't wait to see what it becomes, in the show.
Yeah,
For sure.
Jeff called it out. The walking into the hunger of Hadar moment. I gave Jeff zero warning that was going to happen, and I sort of like, let's see what Jeff does with this.
Jeff, you're amazing at that, though. I feel like we could randomly create an NPC that becomes such a huge part of the story, and you feel like you always have this full-bodied character that you just pulled out of a hat.
Yeah.
It's truly mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I think I learned a little too late in this process that that the best stuff happens when there's no specific agenda, right? It is when, and which is hard, especially with this production where there's so many moving parts and there's so many people that are their jobs depend on knowing where we're going. But I'll give an example from last week, right? The dream with Conroy.
Yeah.
I didn't really know that was happening at all. I think Morgan, like 2 minutes before we went live, you were like, I think I'm gonna cast Dream.
Yeah, I think I texted you before.
And
we talked about it, but
Fima's incessant. Where's my dad? Where's my dad?
Right.
Tip you off.
Like there are scenes that I'll write, right? That I'll write out ahead of time and go, not in it because I want to keep it structured like this, but because like there's information I want to give in a very specific way. And so and there are times I'm sure you can feel in the show where I'm forcing a line I pre-wrote into a gap that it doesn't really belong. And that's an example, like Ron was saying, of those moments where I'm like, it didn't really work as well as it could have. But in those pure moments when I didn't do that, where we're just in it because I didn't see this coming at all, it's always better. And the reason for that is because I'm listening, right? Is because I'm actually listening. I'm not looking for a place to stick my pre-written text. I'm really engaged and we're really having a conversation, and all the preparation of knowing what's going on in the world and how characters think and what they're doing is happening in real time. And we're accessing that and we're interplaying in a very real way. And it is improv, right? It's all of that stuff of just actually being in the moment and listening. So anyway, that's what I would suggest as a tip. And it's something that I think I'm not always the best at, right? Because sometimes there is this fine line in the story you want to tell of like, oh, I have to give information in a very specific way, or I don't want to give too much this way or too little that way, or whatever it is. So you go, no, Nezeron is going to say exactly this, right? Or whatever it is. But the times when we're really having a conversation, when we're really in it, man, those are just so much better.
I think if someone asked like how much warning does Jeff get sometimes, I think I'm probably the biggest of these where because I have the most things that can, whether it's sending or dream
you
or
have the
whatever.
most characters we haven't talked to in 14 weeks.
Oops. But I think with Dream, I've started giving Jeff a little more warning, though we've only done 2 of them so far.
We need to do a dream spell sequence with the salvage manders. That's what we need to do.
They don't want to see you.
That's what we need to do. We need to do like a dream game show where Jeff just has to recall all of these voices from NPCs that we remember, because that is truly what blows my mind. That you can, like, when Morgan, I don't remember who it was, you cast
Jorl, the dragon.
You cast Ascending to like Fesh, but it had been like a long time since we've done Fesh. And Jeff just took a breath, and I was like, I don't know if he's gonna remember. And then he did it perfectly, and I was like, how? How do you do that?
Yeah, I would give him a lot less warning about sending, simply because they're so short. And so I was like, he'll be fine.
The Urtenford sending, someone said that was when you came up with
yes.
a poem.
And it rhymed. It was crazy.
I knew I was, and I gave him 0 warning. Well, because it all kind of
the limerick master for sure.
Yeah,
limerick master.
And it was inspired out of the episode.
Sorry, go ahead.
It came out of the episode. It came out because, if my memory serves, that was right at the end of that episode. And I was like, we've heard so much of Urtenfurt this episode. And James, I'm sure, is just sitting there stewing over it. And so, yeah, it was. But again, the trust in Jeff to hit the ball back when I serve him something like that.
But you guys, you guys are all the same. I've said many times that I could not do what you all do. I'm so blown away by your your ability to play one character over this length of time and play a character that is defined by statistics like that. Like, that is extraordinary. And to do things that, you know, so many of you have done things that, you know, are not the most efficient or perfect play, but
half of my choices are usually me going, that would be a terrible idea, and that's something that Civ would do.
Right? That's not an easy thing. I don't want to underestimate how tough a thing that is to do. I mean, when I just in that one shot we did the other night, or a couple weeks ago, that Jared DM'd, I was ostensibly playing a low intelligence guy, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't not like try to figure things out, or you know, it's a very difficult skill to have, or an impressive skill to have. And the fact that all of you find these interesting ways to connect with each other in scenes and come to different arcs inside arcs of your character, and find ways to constantly explore new corners of who they are, and push them forward and progress them and involve them. It's really cool. It's really cool to see.
Jessica, I've done a lot of professional improv, and I honestly, the way that you handled the love scene last episode was probably the best scene I've ever done. Shut up.
I'm so bad at improv. That is such a high compliment.
That is not true.
This improv I can do, but up on like a stage somewhere, like the zip zap zop thing, I can't.
Zip zap zop, the definition of good improviser.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean,
no higher improv skill.
The fact that you can do long form like this says a lot about your improv ability. So
thank you, Ron. That's
definitely very good.
It's a very high compliment for me. That's with that context.
I just saw a comment that made me giggle. That was someone said, "Humble brag. Jeff says he can't play a low intelligence character."
It's just
Wait a minute.
I have a really hard time.
I don't know. You know,
I guess I'm just too smart.
there's
so.
no stat that I can play low on. It's just a curse.
I didn't
Charisma.
know who said it,
Yeah.
but it was so
I
funny.
can't play a
I
low
just- I don't-
charisma character.
I don't know what it's like to not have strength. You know what I'm saying?
It's raw, unbridled strength. Oh my god. Well, no, but yeah, it's there have been so many things, and it feeling so supported by everybody. It's just kind of allows us to all jump out of a plane, as I said, you know, and literally, you know, whether it's Ron and I yelling at each other
And everybody wondering whether we were actually mad at each other.
I know. No, it was just so many times, and you know, just knowing that we were all going for the same thing, and the trust fall. It was all one big. It's all been one big trust fall that continues.
Do you guys have like a favorite moment that isn't maybe one of the big obvious marquee ones, or maybe even a subtle thing that you remember as being wonderful, or maybe a behind the scenes moment that is anything that maybe the audience hasn't heard already?
Yeah, I have one. Unless somebody else wants to go first. I always go first.
I gotta think of mine. Yeah. Go ahead.
So the first thing that just popped into my head is I always have these little, like what you were saying, Jeff, I have like these little seeds or little plans or little ideas. And I think Morgan and I kind of think the same way, where we're like, ooh, wouldn't it be cool if blah, blah, blah. And, you know, 90% of those don't happen, or they don't happen the way you expect them to.
Right.
But when I got the Force of Good card that was a deed to land, and I got it from not from Mr. Whispers, but from Meep. I was like, this is such a weird Force of Good card, and why would Civ get it, and what would Civ do with it? And it just doesn't make any sense. Like, now I'm rich. Okay, if I'm rich, why am I adventuring? What's the point? That actually made me ask myself, well, why am I here then? Why am I here? And the answer was, well, because of Lily and because of everyone else. And I was like, well, then what would I do if I suddenly was gifted this deed? I could just forget about it. I could sell it off. I could trade it for a magical item. And I was like, no. What if I give it to Lily? She gave me the gift of giving me the reason to care about something. So I'm going to give her this. And when I gave it to her, I thought maybe for a moment she was just going to be like, oh, thanks, and put it away. And then that was going to be the end of it. And I was like, okay, great. That was completely brushed over, and who cares, you know? And I think everybody was asleep, and we were in the Dwarven halls. And when she found out what it was, she was like, wow, thank you so much. You know, I can't wait for us to do something with this. And I'm like, well, I don't know if I'm going to make it out of here. Because honestly, I thought if Civ's going to die, it's probably going to be pretty soon, because there's going to be this moment where there's Vic and there's everyone else and there's lava and there's Jeff throwing the Ashen Mage at us. I was like, that's a good spot for Civ to probably bite it.
In
And
fairness, I tried to kill you.
He almost did.
You definitely did. You tried to kill Civ, like at least, like legit kill Civ like twice.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
another
And I'm
You tried to
birthday.
kill all of us a few
Yeah.
times.
Yeah. And I'm expecting to probably die first tonight, depending on what we fight. But not only did she take it and make a moment out of it, she also said, well, I can't keep this if you die. And that started to, you know, hit me. And then the next moment I will never forget. I said, what would you do with land? I just jokingly said this. What are you going to do with land if I die? Like, you can't just like give it away or something. And she's like, well, you had kind of a rough childhood. You know, why not start an orphanage?
Yeah.
And I will never forget that moment, because that encapsulates why Civ stopped being who he was and started becoming who he is now. That's like one of the moments that just like flipped the switch. And that's why he doesn't have 20 levels of rogue. It just doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah.
You know? So that's my
What
moment.
levels does he have now?
We'll get to that in a second. We'll get to
Hey, get to
that in a
that.
second.
Don't get away. Don't get away. Don't give it away.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I mean, we
I
don't
have
have to go. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have a moment.
Yeah.
I put it in the chat on accident. I thought it was Notepad.
Tripped and fell and typed.
I don't know when it was. I think it was maybe the first 10 episodes, but you know, my memory is terrible. Where it was the first time that I really felt like I was given a gift by somebody, and it was Katie. I don't remember what happened, but Fahima got embarrassed about something, and Katie jumped in and said, Fahima, I think your hair is on fire, or something like that. And she just like added to it and validified my choice and yes-anded it. And it felt so good as a player for somebody else to do that. And
Aw.
it really
Actually,
set
I
a
was gonna
good
say,
precedent.
I really love our haircut conversation. I know it's
Yeah.
like kind of a moment, but like that
Out
to
of
me
nowhere.
was such a fun. It wasn't a normal D&D like that. I don't know. There was something about that felt so special to me, and just like I don't think Lily and Fahima had like a real heart to heart
Yeah.
on
yeah.
their own ever, and that was just such a fun moment for me. And I love that it was
was.
all an innuendo.
it was just improv.
Yeah, it was so much.
Yeah.
So, you're a great improviser, Jessica, and I never want to hear you say you're not again.
Okay. All right. I also want to say, not in story, but a moment that was special to me is there was a time when, oh my God.
Okay.
There was a time when I was feeling really discouraged about Fahima and her character, and Jared went on a walk with me and gave me advice and spent like a half an hour walking with me and talking to me about what I can do to get more in depth with Fahima. And we had another phone conversation later on in the series where I think we spent like an hour on the phone talking about my character, and I'm really grateful. I've had those conversations with all of you, so thank you.
Of course.
Well, I remember very early on some terrible YouTube comment or something about Behemoth, and I remember responding then in like single-digit episodes, like just wait for this character, just wait. This is the beginning of where this character is going to come from, right? Like every other character in the show has this backstory, and we're watching Fahima's backstory. Like this is her backstory. You're watching it. Like
Yeah.
everybody else has stuff that happened, and then now here they are. And Fahima is like the first step outside the womb. You know, she's like walked out of her safety net and hasn't had any. I mean, even Lily has had like some experience at the bar and with her family and all these things, like seeing people come and go, and is a little savvy about the world. And we got to watch Fahima turn into the butterfly, right? She got to come out of the cocoon in real time.
It's a pretty dark and bloody butterfly. But
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a butterfly that could set your face on fire.
A butterfly?
A butterfly.
I just want to say that
blood
she
magic.
could kill us
T-shirt.
all. She could kill us all.
Someone draw the butterfly.
Let me make it.
Yeah.
I think kind of on that note as well, I think back to the fact that I think for a lot of people, James didn't really make sense as a character for about 30 episodes. And then for another 20 episodes, like where, because I just
you definitely win the award for slow burn.
well, and Jeff,
He
you
was
broke my
literally a slow burn.
Literally. Jeff, you broke my heart earlier though, because I was just playing moments truthfully and just not trying to, and just not telling anybody what they meant. And so the little moments that became kind of big moments for me, which is, the funky librarian, then the beach on the beach alone right afterwards, which was it was an afterthought. That whole moment is an afterthought, where it was just sort of like, yeah, sure, I'm dancing with Fahima. What the heck? and then it was like, and I don't know what I'm gonna do out there on the beach, but I think I would like to be alone for a minute. And I thank the audience, and I thank you all so much, because I knew exactly what I was doing, but nobody else did. and so it was like, wow, it is putting a lot of trust in my fellow players and in the audience that this hopefully will be intriguing. I
remember having a conversation with Ron early on where we were like, it's not school age. School age doesn't make any sense. It can't be school age. Look at the spells he's casting. Look at what he's doing.
Right,
so what? It's got to be grade old. It has to be grade old. I'm like, but we can't say that. We don't know that.
Yeah.
Ugo doesn't know that.
Nope,
Sid
no
certainly doesn't know that.
The first time you told me you guys had that conversation, and that makes me so happy. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had that
Yeah.
conversation at like, I don't know, episode
Early.
3.
Yeah,
it was
Yeah, no, I was saying it very early on. I was like, yeah, if there's things about James that don't add up to you, you're probably right about something.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah.
moment in the show that was a big moment, that was like a big moment for Katie too, was the first poem that Jared read, because we had just met. And I remember being so surprised by that. And that I feel like Jared really set the tone for the emotional vulnerability of the show.
Yeah.
Which is a really I don't think he gets credit for that. He did that early on. He grounded it in this emotional, like, we're going to be real, and we're going to have these moments that are not just fun and silly also, but they're like grounded and meaty. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that is
Sure.
a huge moment for
Yeah.
the tone of how we all felt comfortable after that. I feel like being open and emotional with each other. He ripped
Yeah,
the Band-Aids off.
that and Jessica's reaction to getting Meep for me was like,
yes.
Mhm.
Oh,
sort
yeah,
of
that
the
was
emotion that
huge.
she had of meeting Meep. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
we're able to go here.
To
This
that
is awesome.
point, that was the best thing that ever happened to me in a D&D game. I mean, it's all uphill. It was uphill from there. I mean, downhill? Wait, uphill from there. Better and better and better. But that was like, I
Downhill.
couldn't, I couldn't believe that you, it was just like way over what I expected. So, and that's
Someone
what this
brought
whole
up-
show has been.
Someone brings up the bag of flutes. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember.
I was so mad at Jen.
That was amazing. That was
so
amazing.
good.
And I was
So
the
good.
best. It was the best.
Yeah.
Because I went through
Not-
this whole emotional ringer.
Not to mention all of the bad dad jokes, and then the fact that he got all of us with the pirate Star Wars reference.
Yes.
My-
Mervis's. Yeah. Castle
My
Rum.
comedic moments with Ugo, my goal was always try to make Jeff break.
Yeah.
My moment. That was what if I did that, then I knew I did good, and I was like, okay, cool, we did it.
There's multiple episodes where you can hear Ron go, "I got Jeff. I got
Jeff. I got him." A couple times they're like, I got him. Yeah.
Ron, some of my favorite moments with you are not even on screen. They're little asides that Uggo and Lily had where I'm like, thank you, you got it. Like, we just had these weird, like, improv scenes that were nothing, but were so, I don't know, very special to me.
Well, and that was really it for me. Is I as a player, what I really enjoy is when other players allow me to do asides, even if they're not on camera or they're not part of the main story of what's going on in D&D, because those little asides as a player allow me to, like, okay, this world is way more, it gives me a feel that it's filled out, right? There's more to it, because that happens. We do that when we're in a room together and we're not on camera. We're like all having our sides to each other, and like sometimes like Jared would catch something and be like, "What'd you just say over there?" Like, what?
That's the number one thing I miss about performing in the studio, I think. It's so hard over, though I love this and we've been so lucky to be able to do this still, but like being able to give a look to Jared across the table or have an aside with Ron, you know, you can't do that over Zoom the same way. So the studio was such a treat to start the show with, because I really helped solidify that bond with everyone.
I've been thinking a lot about that lately in the last few days, about you know, in the alternate reality where COVID didn't happen, obviously would be much better for the world and everybody, and setting that aside for a second, but just in the idea of if we had never had to leave the studio and we were here in episode 77 in the studio saying goodbye, what that would be like. I was thinking about that and mulling it over, and of course I wish we could all hug and I think you know, I'm proud of the thing we made. I'm certainly excited and proud about the map room and how that changed the show in really interesting ways. And it's interesting to me to think how much farther forward in the story we would be. But yeah, man, I'm so proud of the time travel story we told. I'm really proud of it. I think it's some of the best storytelling that we did, and it really had a beginning, middle, and end, and it really paid off in such beautiful ways, and all of you embraced that and allowed that to inform your characters in really interesting ways. And I love what we learned about Jan Mo that way, and how, you know, how every interaction with him after that has been completely different because of what we all know and went through with him. It just, you know, it was double-edged, you know. It of course wouldn't want COVID, but of course it would have been lovely to be in the studio and do all the fun studio things that we had planned, and we would be, you know, 30, well, however many episodes it was, farther forward in where we were.
That's crazy to think.
I know.
You know? Yeah.
And I gotta tell you, Jeff, I've watched a lot of time travel stories, and that is not easy to do in a storytelling device setting. So the fact that you could pull it off with such just finesse was incredible to be a part of, let alone watch. So kudos to you, man.
Well, thank you, but I mean, it was a team effort. You guys, I needed you guys to be part. You guys were incredible, and the game for it. And I know there were times when it was really confusing and frustrating to have to be inside constraints like that as players, and
wanting to kill Whitebeard.
Yeah, exactly. And
wanting
you know,
to kill what
you know,
Nezarron.
What messes up the timeline and what doesn't mess up the timeline, and what can we do and what can't we do, and who are we exactly, you know, all that, all those weird messy questions. But
hi, Phil Waffle. Hi.
Anyway, but I'm like, that is a weird blessing in disguise, that I feel like that story, I mean, I really hope we get a chance, and we all plan to have a chance to finish this story. But
Jeff, Lord Airban has a question. Who is your favorite character to play? Who is your favorite NPC to?
Greetings. Who's my favorite character to play? I mean, the easy answer is Jorl. Like, Jorl is just because it was like at a certain point when I realized that we were all having, like, Jorl never, I never intended Jorl to be a big he was gonna be this silly character that gave you a side quest, and you were gonna go off
He's
and do
the
it.
core of the story now.
But then when I realized, we're all playing the game, and then I went into and then it was super fun to play the game.
Joral's
Right?
such a strong game.
Jared,
Yeah.
what is your
Yes.
favorite Jeff character?
My favorite?
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, obviously everybody, but I start with
Yeah, I mean, I obviously really liked the scenes with Vic. Obviously, early on, that was huge, and that really helped me build Civ. I hope when we continue this story that there can be some more Mr. Whispers moments.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
I
that
joke.
voice was the biggest NPC
Yes.
surprise.
I loved that.
I jokingly said that I wanted to give some of my 20 levels to Mr. Whispers, but I kind of want to turn Mr. Whispers into like a sidekick, you know. Since there's
Everybody
rules
loves
for
Mr.
that now.
Whispers. Everyone's
Yeah,
like,
there's
Mr.
rules
Whispers
for
is
that
the
now.
man.
Yeah, I think secretly Mr. Whispers became the biggest hero of Bingle.
Yeah.
Somehow.
He's
I see-
certainly more charismatic than Sid is.
I feel bad because a lot of my favorite James scenes the other cast has never seen because they're always show forgot.
Ugh, secret rooms.
I feel well
Someday.
at least two of them. The Stranger's Fate scene and the City of Scrap scene are moments that I was very proud of going in and out of with Jeff. Yeah. The first one was so short that it was just kind of, a shock. But the other two were this odd chess game that I love so much. Yeah.
Well, similarly, I think my favorite NPC is the Ashen Mage because my decisions and what I said were most impactful with her. Normally, Fahima's not very charismatic and she takes a back seat in social interactions. So when I had to really bring my A game and do my research and have questions and go back in the episodes and look things up so I could gather information, it felt really good to play off of an NPC like that. So, and also shout out to Donald Duck.
Donald Duke.
By the way, my son has discovered that I can do that voice. And
Yeah.
he just asks me to say things as the duck all the time. Jessica, I guess we've talked about this a little bit off the air, but what? I don't want this to be about me. I'm asking you genuinely, what was your experience doing two-person Dungeons and Dragons?
I'm curious about this too.
I
Yeah.
am too.
Oh, I was thinking about that earlier as I didn't want to say it because it feels selfish, but that is one of my favorite parts of our Dungeon Run
I'm super jealous.
series because I just had to prepare so much more, and it was a little scary the first time because it's like normally there's all these different voices to pop in, and you have to sometimes you have to fight to get in because we all have ideas and we're all improvising, but I by the time we connected on a flow, which I would say just the second episode where we really locked it in, it felt really good. And what was so special about that is I feel like the reason the dream with Conroy was good is because we developed a flow together in those two-person scenes, and we just could click right back into that flow.
100%. I had that
And I
same
was
thought
so
the other
happy
day.
that we
Yeah.
could.
Yeah, and it does make me want to do that with each of you. It was really cool, and it was a huge question mark for me. Like, is this even going to work? Is it going to be awkward and staccato, and are we not going to know how to even make it work? And I'm so grateful that you were willing to jump in with both feet and
That was such a brave choice.
It is a brave, super brave
Truly,
choice.
because that's a
D&D has made it more possible with they have sidekicks now and stuff like that, where one-on-one D&D, and I haven't done it yet, and I imagine it's very intense.
I've done it like a handful of times, and it's always been it's an interesting thing because the dynamic changes, but it's especially in the right DM like Jeff, I can only imagine what that's like.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I would love to do it with each of you. It really was pretty thrilling. I mean, I love the fight. I love the big teams. I obviously, I mean, love it, but it was such a interesting new way to play and new dynamic, and I think it only really worked because I mean, because Jessica's so good, but also because like I think we were fortunate to have NPCs around her that could, you know, like you could talk things out, and you could, you know, you weren't just forced to sort of come up with the best solution and you know, just spout it out. It was, you could actually have interactions and talk through things, and it was so fun to see your mind work on its own, right? You didn't have the other players as a resource, you know, as so often.
I didn't have Morgan, Peter Brown, which was
everybody. I mean, everybody is. We have
He's
smart
our encyclopedia.
Yeah.
I think my favorite character probably was Yanmo's father, which I can't think of his name right now. But
Chomel. I'm sorry, Choran.
Choran. Yeah.
Choran.
See,
I've had a little too much wine. I apologize. It's Katie's fault. She did it. So I really think that for me that was a very impactful character. You know, I love Shakespeare, and so the tragic characters like that really pull at my heartstrings. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted to do a little eulogy for specifically Choran because of that. But I do want to also say that probably the most influential scene for Uggo was watching Civ talk to the priest
Chalmers.
Yeah. Because allowing Uggo to be there.
Also a character Jeff just created, like on
Out
the
of the
fly.
blue. Absolutely. And it was so compelling. And it was so compelling to watch, both in character and out at the same time. That's really, I think, where I was like, okay, I think I know where we can go with this for Uggo. And that was really a gift from both of those two to me, whether they realized it or not at the time. It was a big gift.
The best piece of advice. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just gonna say quickly on the Chalmers thing, that's Katie, when you mentioned about doing the voices and coming up with them when I haven't heard them in a long time. Chalmers is the one where Jared, when you're like, I'm gonna run back to Chalmers, and I was like, oh, I do not know what he sounded like, because I just pulled him out of my nether regions and I have no idea what he sounded like. That was the one where I was like, I hope this is close. Anyway, sorry, what were you saying, Morgan?
No, I was just saying, if I could give a piece of advice to D&D players, it's because, and it's been so easy with this game and with this table, it's to learn to love everybody else's stories.
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah. That's great.
I've been
Morgan.
at so many tables where you have somebody who's like, I have this bit and I'm gonna keep playing this bit and I'm gonna insert it in every scene and I'm gonna play, and it's bad improv too, but it's, you know, and it's just the ability to just let Jared and Katie, Ron and Jeff, Jessica, like every, like different combinations, like, and just to just sit back and enjoy and wonder, watch them play and learn. And so be a spectator as much as you are a player. It's wonderful.
That was the only hard part about the secret room for me, is I was like, I mean, I get it. I understand my character's not supposed to know what's happening, but I really want to know that story, you know?
Yeah.
And I still haven't watched anybody's secret room.
I know. We can't.
Even though Morgan finally told us, you know, all about School Age not really being School Age, I'm like, I don't want to go back and watch that, because if I watch it, I feel like, you know, when we continue this, I don't want to know that. I don't want to know what was said, you know?
Yeah.
Jeff, the fact that you let me be as silly as I was as Uggo in the bag of holding will always be a gift for me. Like,
there's no letting
every day. Well, but you know what I mean? Like, there's just so, especially when you play such when you play like a big character with so much trauma and stuff like that, people, I think, sometimes expect you to be like super serious all the time. And so allowing me to really just give Uggo just a super silly moment like that was just a gift. So thank you.
Can you imagine if Jeff was like, Ron, keep it serious, guys.
Stop. Keep it serious, bro. Stop.
Okay, we're playing D&D, okay? So can you just like stop? Can you not?
You know, that idea of passing the baton and enjoying watching other people and knowing when it's your time to not talk and not make it about you and let it be about the others, that is the number one best thing about this group. And honestly, that's the benefit that we got from casting this show. And Alex Albrecht's genius in understanding that would be the result of not just using a group of people that already knew each other, but finding people that knew how to give and take. And that's really what the audition was about, is finding the folks that could best gel like that and allow it to know when it was time to not talk. And that's something that you can't really teach. You just gotta have it or not have it, understand it or not understand it, and it's everything.
They want to
Really.
know about the auditions. It
Oh,
seems
that
like
how did the
they
audition
know
go?
about the
Well,
auditions.
for us.
Yeah. Well, the
They
auditions are
were
amazing.
chaotic. They were ultra chaotic. They were.
I was almost not a part of this show.
I remember that.
Me too.
I remember you showing up, and I was like, "Who's this guy?"
Yeah,
and you were like,
Ooh, this
they were
guy.
like, they were like, they didn't even tell me. I
They
had to
didn't
like
even tell me.
contact them and say thank you for bringing me in, and then they were like, "Aren't you coming to the callback?"
I did something they tell you never to do as an actor, and that's
Yeah.
what I, because it was such a unique experience, and I heard
Yeah.
what they told me at the time was so significant that I was like, I've got to reach out again. So when I left, they were like, they love you, that you're definitely going to get an email. We want to see you back, so just look out for that. And they told me a time, and the time went by, and I was like, well, I haven't heard anything, because I was, of course, on my phone like,
Where is
you
it?
know,
Where is it? Where is it?
and so when I didn't get it, I was like, you know what? Thank you so much for letting me audition. I really appreciate that. You know, I'm new to LA. Thank you so much. I cannot look, I look forward to the next stuff. And they were like, oh, are you not coming in? And I was like, am I supposed to be coming in? No one told me. And so I showed up, like 15, 20 minutes late or something like that
Yep.
to the final callback. And it was
Yeah.
because for whatever reason, they forgot to email me. So
What's funny
I'm glad that
because
I was
the
glad that I
one
was-
person, the one person when they had the first auditions, which was just you guys like telling a story in character or something of a character that
Right.
you would, and there was however many dozens and dozens of people they saw with these little clips, and they have this software you can get on and look at all the little clips. And Alex is like, you want to look at any of these potential players for the show? And I was like, oh yeah, absolutely. I want to watch as many of them as I can. And the one person I was like, well, you got to see this guy. You got to see this guy. And it was you, Ron. I was like, you got to see this. He's like, look at this character, because he brought Ugo to the audition. And he's like, you got to see this. This like the audience is gonna love this character. Like, look at this guy. He's like, he's amazing. So yeah.
I told the story of I told a story about going into a cave, and as I told the story, the final was, and I killed my dad.
Yeah, I don't remember the specifics, but I remember just like everybody, you had the like, it was like everybody was like, oh well, that guy's, we're bringing that guy to the callback for sure. So
It's hard to
If I
know
remember
what's.
correct-
It's hard
Go
to know what's too much for a Dungeons and Dragons audition,
Well,
right?
nobody had done it before. I mean, that's one of the things
No.
Alex always talks about is like, I should say I was involved, but I wasn't deciding what the audition was. They didn't know what to do
yeah.
for people. Like, what's the first call? There's no monologue to do. There's no, he's like, well,
I would like
we need
to
them to play.
interrupt something that we've yet to touch on that I definitely don't want to get forgotten, is that before we switched to this format, one of the most amazing moments for me when we were on the studio stage is when they brought out the first set. The sets that we
The
had,
Lodestar?
the sets
Yeah.
that we had on this show were breathtaking. And if you think they looked cool on camera, they were 10
Yeah.
times cooler than that,
Mhm, mhm.
Seriously.
in person.
Seriously.
Amazing. Like down to the little bits of glitter and grass.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I will
all
tell
of them.
you. I will tell you a story. I don't know if I've told any of you guys this. Maybe I have, but I don't think I've
Jeff,
told the
you
audience.
tell us everything.
I do tell you everything. So I
Hot new info.
it's probably redundant for you guys. But and I think Greg Aronowitz is listening
The pirate,
somewhere.
the
Maybe
pirate
not.
ship story, or no?
No. This is the first model. So we're starting up the show, and we're gonna do these big models. And Alex has worked with Greg before, and he made these amazing things for Alex on movies that Alex directed. And like I know he's incredible, and he's got all these, he's got all these resources and he's able to do these incredible things. And we have these meetings. He's like, well, what do you want? And I'm like, well, you know, it'd be cool to have this and this. He's like, okay, I can make that. Just tell me how to do it. Or what you want. You know, what do you want? And I was like, well, I mean, I mean, I have ideas. He's like, well, just, yeah, I can make whatever you want, you know? And I was like, well, you know, here's this, you know, there's a few different things. Like, you know, I have this idea of these giant wardens and and he's like, okay. And I was like, well, there's a ship. And like, I found online that you can buy this, like put it together, multi-level ship. He's like, I can build you that, but way better. And I was like, okay. And I was like, well, I have this idea of like this tower, but it's fallen on its side. And so everything is topsy-turvy so that, you know, the walls are the floor and the, you know, the ceiling is the other wall. He's like, okay, well, draw up what you want. And I was like, well, okay, I'm not an artist. I don't want to draw anything. I'm like, okay. So I, you know, best I can, I draw it and I sent him like some images online that I found of fallen towers and how I would want it to look. And, you know, then days are going by, weeks are going by, we're getting closer to the start. And I'm like, so do you know, does it, are you making it? It's like, yeah, I'm making it, man. It's going to be cool. And I'm like, but you know, is it close to what I drew this horrible stick thing? He's like, no, it's
close to this blob on this napkin.
Yeah. I genuinely had no idea what to expect. I thought it was going to be like those things. Right. Like I thought it was going to be like those things that you can buy that are like, you know, basically like Lego, you know, they just fit together. Dwarven Forge does amazing stuff, but I thought it was going to be even simpler than that. It was going to be like those, you know, etched wood things that you put together, you can find online and stuff. I didn't know. I just thought it was going to be basically squares that were put into a thing. And I remember getting there like the day before and seeing it and going, this is what you made from my drawing? And I'll never forget, Greg turns to me and he goes, oh, it's not done yet. There's like way more. We're going to put way more on this. And I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And he's like, yeah. And then like over the next 2 days, they added all the green and flora and fauna and like all the so detail inside and broken bits and things. And I was just like, oh my God, I could not believe what we were really dealing with, because I just had no clue. I was so, I mean, all of it points to the fact that if I had known what we would be making in episode 77, you know, or episode 35 or whatever, I would never have said yes to doing this show. I would have been so intimidated about all of the moving pieces and all of the things that we would have had to do. I'm just so glad like ignorance was bliss, and I was just like, sure, we'll do a Dungeons and Dragons show.
That's been one of the best parts.
Who might hire Jeff, just take note of that. Just take note of what he just said. So there you go.
That's been one of the best parts of this show. Is just all of us had, well, everybody but Katie had played D&D before for a while. So going through and having these sets and the production value of the show was just like all of any D&D player's dreams realized. Like it was happening to us.
Yeah. And I was an actor, so I also appreciated it.
No, you didn't though, Katie. No, you didn't.
But Katie,
whenever this come out, I'd be like, "What is this?"
Katie also thought it was kind of cool.
Oh, okay. Hey guys, what do we do with the dice again?
Katie says, "Imagine your first D&D game being this."
Seriously,
seriously.
Yeah. Well, but to put the spotlight.
As we learned, Katie, it's all uphill from here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Put the spotlight on Katie for a moment. That's been one of my favorite things of the show is watching Katie's non-D&D brain and what it does for her ideas of spells, of things. Her phantasmal forces will live on in infamy of like
literally spending a whole turn just pretending to be the monster's mom, reprimanding them in their head. Like that doesn't do anything, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, I really appreciated that, because playing D&D, I've learned that playing D&D with people who don't play D&D can be very interesting because they think about things differently, right? They're not pigeonholed into this, well, here's the rules and here's what's going on. And they make interesting choices, right? And that's why it's like, man, I want to play with new D&D players all the time.
But you know what though? It's like same. Katie has now played more hours of Dungeons and Dragons than I have. Right? But the fact that she's able to retain that perspective, I think that's just her, right? I mean, it's also her brilliance is being able to be creative and think outside the box like that, because she has a D&D mind now. Like I have played a fraction of the amount of character
my hours.
D&D. Yeah, it's
Can I just say that I think it was after episode 1, I was mortified. I got home and Jake's like, "Oh, you wrote an actual song? Bards don't usually do that." And I was like, "I'm sorry, what?" They don't.
Dare you, Jake? How dare you?
Assumed that I had to because I said it.
No, that's the best part. It's the best part.
I went to 4 years of college to become a D&D bard.
Well, I'll tell you, and early on it was in the final callback. I think it was Katie who, even after we got in the first rotation of her and I, she was like, "I think you and I are going to be good friends, and I think our characters are going to be good friends too." And that to me still stands out because it was so prescient, and it was so just the joy. It was the first time
I
got
said that to everyone, Ron.
I mean, doesn't mean she was wrong. Doesn't mean she was wrong. It was just one of those that it really marked for me. Like, I'm going to enjoy what we're about to do, because already I didn't really know the rest of you all that well. I had some interaction with Jeff a little bit, but it was Katie who was really and I think that's it flowed naturally into the storytelling, where she kind of solidified all of us together, because that first, I'm like, even at that point, I'm still new to LA technically, right? Like, I've only been here 5 years, and only really 1 or 2 of them have been in like what LA really is for an actor. And so for me to have that at the callback, someone who I could be like, well, I don't know if we can be friends, but they're already willing to be, like, that was such a relief and a gift. So I really want to thank you for that, Katie, because it would have gone a different way had I not had that quick, just honest and loving reaction with you. So I appreciate it.
Helping me read my character sheet during the call.
You're welcome.
Who else, Elliot asks, how was the seating arrangement determined? I mean, it was, we sat how we sat in the callback, except Katie and Ron switched.
Yeah, we just switched places.
Which I think is about camera angles.
It was just height.
That did not register to me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's how we sat in the callback.
Funny story. When we first came in for the first episode, all of our headshots were on the wall, and it was the seating arrangement, but I didn't know that. And it was Jeff, Jared, Jessica, Morgan, Ron, and then they had accidentally left like a very long space, and then I was down on the wall. And for the longest time, I thought that was like how they cast the show, and I was like this weird actor.
What I loved about those photos is everyone else had a perfectly wonderful headshot.
Oh, yeah,
and mine was like some Instagram photo that they grabbed.
I saw someone ask, what are our favorite fights? What are our favorite battles?
A lot of people asked if you have any extra poems.
I actually do have one poem
and songs
a lot of people are asking for songs, actually, Katie, more so than my poems. I do have one poem that I originally wrote for something completely different, and it never really got used, so I can do that, but I don't know if we want to do that. If we want to do that now, or we want to do that later.
Well, we can do. I mean, I figure if we're going to do a fight, the idea is we were going to do big. We're going to let all the characters level to 20 and just have a big wacky fight. Not part of the story, just a fun fight. But if you guys want to do, some last thoughts, a poem, and then we can maybe take a quick intermission and come back and do the fight in the map room.
Love that.
Let's do it.
Do a poem, Jared.
Let's do it.
Do it.
Oh, glasses are on. This is serious. Ron, don't joke around, okay? This is
Treasure, a poem by Civ Redthistle. Does it sparkle? Does it glimmer? Does it shine? Does it shimmer? When you slip it on, does your whole body shiver? Is it golden? Is it hidden? Is it trapped and locked? Is it stuck inside a giant rock? Would you risk life and limb and possibly get shocked? I hear it's very cursed. I hear you die of thirst. I hear it makes your heart burst. I hear you're forced to speak in verse. Why then, poor fool, do you dive headfirst? Perhaps it's the lethal danger. Perhaps it's best left to a stranger. Perhaps you avoid this bet or wager. Perhaps we should just hire a ranger. After all, a gift like this isn't likely to change her. Ah, but the thought does derive such pleasure, and you and she rarely enjoy any leisure. I think it's time to take stock and measure. What's more valuable, your heart or treasure? Ruby, diamond, amethyst, and garnet, all pale in comparison to love incarnate.
Wow. That was great.
Well done.
You're a great poet.
Yep.
Lovely. Lovely, lovely.
Oh, good. I have one song that I didn't sing. Oh, I have multiple songs that I didn't sing, but this is one.
Save some for the rest of the story.
I know. This one I can't ever do again, so I'll do this one because I wrote this after we saved the people off of the island. What island was that when we sailed it with the Banshee?
Oh, on the Castle Rum.
Yeah, what was that island called though? We saved
no, I'm sorry, with the snake's den. The snake's
den. Yeah. So when we had pretended to be something different to all of these people that we took on the ship. Okay. This is called
the White Witch.
Yeah. It's called A Little Fib. Oh, we may have told a little fib to get you off that island. Don't worry, we will still be free when you will still be free when we get to the mainland. So welcome to the ocean wide where folks can get real cranky. But if you're nice to Whitebeard, he won't make you walk the planky. But truth be told, it's not our ship and she is not a witch. We're actually just a few sail swords aboard the Whitebeard's itch. So together we are sailing with you. Yes, we are on your side. Just know that we don't have the status initially implied. Yes, we want to help you and we mean well, but we definitely lied. I don't really remember the tune, but that's...
That's great. I love it. I'm so glad we got to hear that. I would have been so sad if that never made the light of day.
Sometimes I write them and then we move on in the story and it just doesn't...
Lily Dumblestug B-sides.
Yeah, B-sides.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll take a little intermission here, and when we get back, we're gonna leave the chat. We're not gonna look at the chat so much. We'll start doing a big, fun, goofy fight. We'll have one last chance to visit the map room here on Caffeine and have some good times and just throw some crazy spells and big swings of swords and hammers and enjoy some D&D for the last bit of time we have here on the stream. So I hope you stick around after the intermission. It's been a blast kind of walking down memory lane with everybody. Airband's gonna hang out with you for a few minutes while we reset, and we'll see you shortly.
Bye.
Well, fear not, watchers. This show will continue after this briefest of intermissions. Milo, I told you this not to play this tune. We discussed it thoroughly. Actually, I kind of like it. All right, I take it back. Turn it up, Milo. Goodness gracious, Dragon Rose! I didn't say drop Milo's balls. I was speaking to him. We were friends, I thought. Ah. Glory be to Beatricia! What is your issue? Well, I thought we had come to an understanding, everyone. I thought everyone here understood very clearly that when... Look, do I need to describe this? Do I need to tell you exactly what's going on? Because I will. I'll say it. I probably... If this couldn't guarantee that you will never, ever touch Milo's bull again, I will tell you what's exactly what's going on. Would you like to know? Just say it. Just say the words. Yes, say yes, Lord Ereban. I would like to know. Okay, fine. Branded nerd. Right. Will you go and play with them, Lord A? Musk stick addict. Play with what, Milo? Or just the bowls? I don't even know anymore. All right, look. Here's the deal. Long ago, have I told this story? I probably told this story. I bet I've told this story to you before. And then because of all of these bowls that you've been delivering over and over and over for all of these intermissions, my brain has rotted. All right. Long ago, on a journey. Milo, don't you just turn it down, please, 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 please. Okay. Bertisia. Please, let that be the last. Please. I beg of you. Milo, could you at least try a different phrasing or a different key? All right. Long ago, I was journeying. Okay? Okay. Chef, I thought we had literally, you and I, you had said, I believe, mentioned in the chat, I'm gonna miss you. Why would you cause me pain then? Why? The send-off, it was perfect. Brandy, I would love to tell the story, but you know what? Your fellow watchers are destroying the possibility. Well, I don't even know if I'm supposed to tell a story about where I got the ball or what the ball does. Is the ASSS. It's got 3 S's, you Oakheart. Okay? Just 3, not 4. And there's also a period after the last. Oh, Vince Ruth. Little do you know, that's a double! That's a double! All right. Here it is. Ready? Very quick. Take the hottest thing you could imagine. Imagine it in your mind. I want you to, right now, think of the hottest thing in the world. Must stick addict is saying me. All right, well, I buy that, yes. Okay, but actual heat. Okay, yes, the Carolina Reaper, tool mask. Fine. I don't have taste buds, so I don't actually know. The capsaicin wouldn't actually cause pain for me, but for some, I can imagine that's hot. Multiply that by every amount available in the universe. Every number that you can ever imagine, multiply it. Now, that is the beginning of the pain threshold. Okay? Let's say that's where it begins for you. Anything beyond that is absolutely, unequivocally beyond your ability to handle. You see. In fact, I have something for you. Oh, that one is worse. Oh, that's worse than all of the ones prior. The Bengal Banshee. Oh! Oh! It doesn't help. The music doesn't help. Ah! Has anyone here been to the hospital before? Or in pain at a hospital? The nurse every so often will come to you in those elements or those moments and say to you, on a scale from 1 to 10, Lord Ereban, if they were speaking to me, of course. How bad does it hurt? I finally figured it out. You know what the number is? There is no 10. We're in the quadruple digits, folks. In the thousands. That's the pain. I hope you understand. When I ask you, please do not touch Milo's ball, it's not a joke. I am not merely trying to make you ponder what it's like to touch. I'm saying don't do it. For if you do, you are causing one Lord Ereban glorious pain. And you want to know what's so funny? You continue to do it. Week after week after week after week after week. And that is not acceptable. That is not a group of people that I believe has the benevolence of the humans that I have known on this planet. So far, I've been here, which is 120 years. But you know what? Extinguish the flame brings up a good point. And it's one that I haven't thought of in a while. This makes sense. Life is pain, isn't it? It really is. Life is pain. And in that regard, I take it all back. I really do. You know, if that's the case, then I've been enjoying. I've had too much pleasure. Except for right now. Let me just say this really quick. This one, I'm okay with. The lidocaine booster shot that I had Milo inject a moment ago, prior to the intermission, is starting to kick in. You would be surprised. I don't even know if I have the same type of cells that each and every one of you have. But whatever this is, this lidocaine that I've just taken, it's glorious, really, truly. Will Meister saying Milo's bowl equals kidney stones. Quite possibly. If kidney stones are lava in your kidneys. Is that fair enough? Oh, hold on. Wait a second here. Milo, what are you doing? What is this? Stop it, Milo. Turn that off and step back. What is that? Milo, that doesn't seem very safe. That is a flamethrower, Milo. Where did you get it? All right, this is not acceptable. Can we end this intermission on the immediately? Milo, seriously. Okay, you're doing... Oh, it's a flame dance. Oh, okay. Hold on. All right, listen, folks. If I could show you what I am seeing right now, your minds would be blown. Well, fat loot. If I could scream any louder without upsetting my neighbors, I would. Because there's a lot of pain occurring now. What do I do? I'm caught between a rock and a Milo. He's Milo, and this is the rock. Behind me, of course. Milo, did you write this? It is good. I won't lie. I mean, if I had to, I would make love to this. Sorry to all the children that are out there, but this is quite good. I mean, of course, if I had, look, if Lady Arabana were still here, which she's not, she's passed a long time ago. All right, now, everyone relax. This is still a family show. We have a few minutes left. Don't get too out of control. Yes, well, she's gone now, Bubblegummy. She was my wife. Of 100, almost 100 years. Actually, not even close. 60 some odd. It was a sad passing, but who's that? No, JT, no. They say enough pain and eventually you reach insanity. Well, folks, I've hit it. I have hit the line of true insanity. I have lost it completely. You are watching an illithid who no longer has control of his own mind. It's like I'm being controlled from above. It's like there are numerous beings out there in the world deciding my every move, and I cannot take it. Almost as if I am a puppet, Sean Patrick. Yes. How did you know? Goes back here. Lord Ereban probably had her mind. Oh, Lord Ereban probably had her mind blown. Oh, well, no doubt, of course. Twisington. Whoa, Ereban is echoing in my brain. Well, that's probably been happening for a long time now. Milo, I'm actually so impressed with you. Each and every week, I learn more about you than I did the prior week. I didn't know that you had taste in music like this. I thought it was all classical and soft shoe. This is interesting. What would you even call this? What is this? I like it, but I don't know what it is. Is it groove? Groovy? All right. Sorry, that's Forest Elf. Forest Elf 86, I can't read. Needs to go to bed. Good night, Forest Elf. We shall see you in the morning. Oh no, probably not, actually, because even if we did have a show next week, which we don't, it wouldn't be till next week. So technically, I won't see you tomorrow morning. Although, really, at the end of the day, I'm in your minds and will be forever because I do use my psionics and have been doing so every day since the first of the shows. I've been watching you each get up every morning and go to sleep every night and eat your lunch and your breakfasts and your dinners and go to your works and drive your cars and fly your planes, though very few of you fly. Some of you on technical devices. JT Justice, Lord Ereban is a creepy peeking Tom. Oh, you're only finding that out now? Look, folks, I've been all over you for the longest time. You don't have secrets, not from me. But don't worry. I will keep those secrets for you. Because at the end of the day, I'm the secret keeper, you see. And I'm darn good at it. Really darn good. I mean, really good. Hey, Heather. Way ahead of you. Once this whole COVID-19 thing passes, yes, let's dance. And you too, Leah. You beautiful music people, you. Do you know that when I look over at Milo and I think to myself, there's no way he came up with this music. There's no way that this is his idea, right? Because there is no possibility. He's an imbecile, an absolute rock-headed, is it moron correct? Can I say that? I don't know. He's dumb from the top to the bottom. I mean, really, trust me when I tell you, when you have the ability to read minds, and the mind that you're reading can say only a few things, like Swedish fish, or pizza, or I'm stupid, aren't I? You have to assume that person cannot pick out music. So something makes me think that where he got this was from someone who had a little bitter music sensibilities, or had very good music sensibilities, because this is very good music. And there are two people that I know that are here every week. Every week they're here, and they are music people. Those are Heather Stewart and Leah. And I get the sneaking suspicion that those two are the ones that put Milo up to this. Because how would he know to play this right now? He wouldn't. Again, he's an idiot. And I'm sorry, Milo, you are. You are stupid. And I may not be the smartest thing in the world, but I'm surely smarter than you. By a long shot. I hate to say it, but it's true. Ouroboros, how dare you besmirch my King Milo? If that's your king, good luck. You are not doing so good. Come the next couple of years and weeks and months. Well, no, damn duck games. I wasn't saying they're in comparison with anybody else that Milo was stupider or not. If we're going to talk about Milo and politicians, yes. But I don't get into that type of stuff. It is a mean word, Dragon Rose. I've been called stupid many times. But you want to know what? They were wrong. Milo is, in fact, stupid. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to be clear. Lord A, what do you plan to do while DR takes a break? That's from 8 Palms Digital. DR being Dungeon Run, right? I'm used to seeing it as TDR, which is the Dungeon Run, but DR, well, let's assume. I'm going to start sunning. Yes, that's right. The moment the sun begins its glorious ascent to heaven every morning, I'm going to go to the beach. That's right. I'm going to lay out a towel. Unfortunately, Milo will be with me. He'll lay out his little tiny towel next to my larger towel because I'm, after all, bigger than he is. Well, if I can find Bingle, yes, that's exactly where it'll be. And I will lay on the beach until, hold on, Kiwi Doofs, until I'm almost shriveled up, at which point, guess what? I'm going to go jump in the sea because it's where I belong. No spritz necessary. That's the beauty. Yes, of course it's salt water. I love salt water. You didn't know this, did you? I do. And no, it doesn't dry me out. It just makes me extra salty. Which doesn't really change a thing, does it? All right. This got out of hand, didn't it? Let me just say one last time to each and every one of you, because I probably won't have the chance to do this, at least for a little while. While Milo may hate each and every one of you, because he does, I assure you he does. He says it over and over and over. There is one thing I can guarantee you. I, Lord Ereban, truly, completely, and absolutely love each and every one of you. You have made this one of the most enjoyable experiences of my life. So thank you. Be well, take care, and whatever you do, let those dice. We're not done here, by the way. So don't leave. The cast is coming back. Let those dice. No, I shouldn't even say this because that would actually be that's my end line. Let me just say this. Enjoy the rest of the show. I might come back at the end and then say, let the dice portion. But I won't do that now. Okay? I love you. Don't go anywhere. If you do, that's bad. Stay. And right now, I would like to take you back to our cast and let you enjoy the end of the show.
Oh, Araban, I love you so much, buddy. We are going to let the dice roll, and that is because we're about to jump into a fun fight. This is, this is not the story, but what I asked the players to do, because I thought it would just be a fun celebration of Dungeons and Dragons, is I asked them to each take their character to level 20, which is the level cap for 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, and just see what happens when we get into some fights with some crazy monsters. So that's what we're gonna do. And before we get into it, I just want to go around the horn and have you guys quickly explain the thought process that went into bringing your character to level 20. So Jared, why don't you start with Civ Red Thistle at level 20? How do you see him? What decisions did you make? What can we look forward to in this fight?
Well, like I said earlier, he's changed quite a bit because of his interactions with everybody else in the party. He started up taking levels of fighter, which at first I was thinking he was going to go rogue and then swashbuckler all the way to level 20. And then we got cool magical items from the Dwarven Forge, and I started playing with this idea in the back of my head. Well, okay, if he's a fighter so that he can actually stand alongside Uggo and not 50 feet back from Uggo shooting over the top of him. I need to give him some levels of fighter and make him a little bit tougher. So I also had this idea because of your storytelling, Jeff, that the wardens are kind of like titans or giants. And there is a new,
I know what you did. Cool.
New subclass in Tasha's called a Rune Knight.
Yes.
So instead of going the route that everybody was expecting, which was Battle Master, I went Rune Knight. So I have 11 levels of fighter, 9 levels of rogue.
Wow.
And a whole lot of runes.
Wow.
That's exciting.
Not only is he covered in runes now, but he's also bigger, like much bigger, because when you're a Rune Knight, it turns out you have a little bit of giant's blood. In my mind, I'm thinking warden's blood, or maybe the wardens have started to literally affect my physiological being. So he's taller, he's a little bit broader in his chest, and he probably spends a lot more time scribing these magical runes on everything: his weapons, his armor, himself, you name it.
He's a graffiti artist.
Beautiful poetry.
Yeah.
Poetry. Yeah.
Oh man, I love that.
Yeah. So
That's really
Super
cool,
cool.
Jared.
yeah.
Now again, this
Nicely
isn't
done.
who knows, when
Right.
we continue the story, if this is actually how Civ Red Thistle will turn out.
Yeah.
But it's a fun what if. This is like the
Maybe-
old Marvel what
maybe-
if stories.
Yeah, maybe Lily will die and then he'll just become this bloodthirsty, murdering psychopath.
I mean, we
And
can
then-
all hope, right? I guess.
Alternate reality.
Is that dark? Is that dark? That's dark.
You guys keep me in the bag of holding, and James just casts Speak with Dead like every time you guys take a long rest to make it feel like I'm still there.
You know what? Maybe Lily will sing us a song. I can't speak with Dead. Let's see if she'll sing us a song.
Lily, would you sing us a song? No.
What is a song?
Sing us a song with a lily bud.
Oh, God, that is so dark.
Fahima Tig at level 20. What are we looking at in your...
A couple
Golden.
things to say about Fahima at level 20. I don't think this accurately depicts what Fahima would be at level 20 at all, because a lot of my spells are custom made by Jeff, depending on where we are in the story, and my best spells are the ones that you've made up. So I think this spell list is not anything close to what it would be. But I did think Fahima would upgrade Conjure Minor Nullimentals to Conjure Nullimental, and I did take Wish, of course, because of the
Dude,
genie.
Genie, yeah.
And it's a lot of it's a lot of buffing spells in here. A lot of crazy stuff that's not super damagey, but we'll see what happens tonight. Oh, and not a lot of blood spells. I would need you to make those for me, Jeff.
Yeah. I mean, when we finally get Fahima to 20, she's going to be real
Scary.
off the book. Let's just
Yeah.
say that. She's not going to be out of the book. All right. James Quillis, level 20. What are we looking at?
Yeah, again, I think not necessarily. I don't know. Morgan does not know what's going to happen with James, where he's going to go. But for this, I'm going to say, let's see if James went full level 20 Warlock. Let's see if maybe he and Shothi figured it out.
Shothi.
And we just we made it last and we made it work.
Sloppy goats.
Yeah, exactly.
Sloppy
You
goats.
went full sloppy goats is what you did.
So I am level 20 Great Old One Warlock.
Nice.
Yes, including I've taken several feats, including Spell Sniper. So my Eldritch Blasts now have a range of 240 feet. And I get to fire 4 of them at a time. I have, yes, correct. Yeah.
Amazing.
I traded my soul, Jessica. No, just kidding. What
Seems
else?
like a good deal, but it's still definitely not.
Do you still have your soul by level 20? That's the question that we need to be asking.
I mean, I don't know.
One of his arms is literally a tentacle. It's not even an arm anymore.
His voice sounds like this now. It's like his whole face is just, his eyes are completely black. He casts no shadow for some reason.
Anyway, guys, what was I saying?
Like, hey, James, can you do some math from me? You know what? Never mind.
It makes me shiver every time you talk. I have 4 spell slots.
Oh my god.
Wow.
What? And I took the observant feat as well, so I have very high passive perception and passive investigation. That's the long. I'm not going to tell some of my higher level spells. I'll just see. I'll leave them for nice little surprises.
Awesome. All right.
But I have 131 hit points, so.
Hey. I'll go Rage Fist, level 20.
How many hit points do you have?
Well, I took the tough feat, so my hit point total currently is 206. And that's
Yow!
taking the average. That's taking the average. I didn't even roll for it.
Wow.
However, I did not get. Jeff and I are working on a specific particular path or an oath for Ugo. So I had to switch a little bit here, but I took the aptly named Oath of the Watchers.
Cool.
I'm a level 13 paladin. And I kept 7 levels of Barbarian. I thought about maybe increasing Barbarian maybe 1 more level, but after all, I was like, no, I want access to that mounted combat feat so that I could possibly ride a Celestial Bear in full. I'm just saying, I just want to have matching armor with my bear that is from the Celestial Plane. If I'm going to be on, a multi-planar paladin, only fitting that I ride a Celestial Bear. So
So we're not getting out of Olsvach without you riding a bear.
No, I'm riding a bear. It's happening. Whether we leave with one or not, I'm riding one before we leave.
Wait until you see where we're doing this fight. A Celestial Bear is going to fit right in. It's going to be awesome.
Perfect. So I've got a lot of really cool stuff. As with any high-level paladin, my party wants to stay within a certain feet. Now it's about 10. If you stay within 10 feet, we are more likely to survive pretty much anything. So make sure to keep that in hint. Honestly, I'm really excited. There's a lot of spells with the new Tasha's Cauldron, alternative options for paladins. I can even expend my Channel Divinity for spell slots, which is perfect. It's like a built-in Pearl of Power, which is cool. So there's a lot of really cool stuff I'm excited to throw out at you, Jeff.
All right. Lily Dumblestock, level
Hi.
20.
Well, Lily her whole thing is she's a master of all trades, right? So I kind of leaned into that, and I took Fireball because she, at this point, has definitely learned it from Fahima.
Nice.
I did take
Oh, yeah.
Crossbow Expert because I'm sure Civ has given Lily great crossbow lessons at this point.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of other fun little, just some healing spells. I took Mirror Image.
Ooh.
Cool.
Fun.
3 levels of Assassin Rogue. No, just kidding.
3 levels of Assassin Rogue and Barbarian. Yeah, so I just leaned into Lily's love of learning new things and different from different people, and also her love of more deception and those type of spells versus high damage.
Right.
Love it.
Fireball.
It's gonna be
Fireball.
Wait, Jeff, I forgot one thing. I didn't level up Meep. Can you just give me a glimpse at what maybe Meep might look like at level 20?
Full-sized phoenix, baby.
Yes!
We're talking Fahima riding on the back of a Uggo's on a celestial bear. Fahima's on the back of a flaming bird. That would be so sweet.
I can't wait.
Full disclosure, I've never DM'd level 20 before. So, how many of you have played at level 20?
I haven't.
Not in
I
5th
played-
edition.
I played in a recent charity game where some of our watchers will know it ended in a TPK thanks to somebody named Grimfaded.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming to level up so many levels.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
a lot.
I honestly have no idea if you guys are gonna go through my monsters like butter or if I'm gonna
You're
be
just gonna kill us immediately.
who knows? We'll see. But it's just this is all like a what if, what fun. So with that said, let's head over to the map room and check out what is waiting for us on the virtual table. You find yourselves in this what if environment. The amulet flashes and blinks twice, and all of a sudden you find yourselves in the clouds.
Oh, beautiful.
There are giant weapons sticking out of the clouds all around you. You seem to be brought someplace, powered up, leveled up, and ready for a fight. Standing there in front of the 5 of you as you look around in this incredibly beautiful, colorful place amongst the clouds, standing above the world in some strange, displaced manner. Standing in front of you is, of course, a Tarask. We got to start with the Tarask, so let's bring it in.
We're starting with the Tarask.
This Tarask has wings. They
Let's
usually
bring
don't.
it in. You saying this like this is a fashion
Which
show
makes
of
it
giant
even
monsters.
more terrifying.
Yeah. My Tarask
Oh
has
my
wings.
god.
The Tarask is.
That's
Yikes.
Ow, ow, ow.
amazing.
That is incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, they went above and beyond. They're pulling out all the stops tonight. So
Yikes.
let's roll initiative, please,
Yikes.
and we will use. There are no more advantages or disadvantages tonight to be sold, but we have a whole bunch that are built up from that haven't been used yet. So we're going to try to go through as many of those as we can. So Civ, you have advantage from Ash Jor. Fahima, you have advantage from Kaibuck. That's countered by Dreamblaze.
Thank you.
James, you have advantage from Pytyrus Stormblade. Ugga, you have advantage from
Pytyrus.
Funky G Macman. And Lily, you have advantage from Fallstar that is countered by Dr. Satan 666.
Funky G-Mac Man.
I have advantage from Melchior, countered by Fallstar. All right.
Starting with the Tarask.
To clarify, Jeff, we can use Forces of Evil that have already been purchased.
Yes, you and Forces of Good you'd probably want to use.
And
but
Forces of
yes.
Evil.
Right.
We can use the Forces of Evil only.
Yeah, there's no
Right.
again no cards no extra cards are being sold. But if we have any in your queue that you haven't used, feel free to bring them out if you like. They are of course not they are not
Leveled.
powerful. Yeah, yeah, they're not
Yeah, right.
appropriately
You do
powered for
1d6
this
of
fight.
healing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So
many
Civ, what did you get
spells.
for your initiative?
I did not roll well. I got an 11.
11.
What?
Okay.
Wow.
Uggo, or excuse me, Fahima.
I got a 20, dirty 20.
Okay. James.
17.
Go.
29.
What?
Oh,
And I
jeez.
rolled an 11.
Lily.
I also got a dirty 20.
All right. So we go. Uggo. Fahima and Lily, who has the higher dex? Probably Lily, huh?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And so goes Uggo, Lily, Fahima, James, Tarask, Civ. What universe is this where Civ is going last?
I don't.
Don't know. You're
It's episode
slipping.
3
You're
all over
slipping,
again.
Red Thistle.
All right, Uggo. So you see this incredibly monstrous beast in front of you. It is snarling and swirling, and you sense a need to destroy it. What would you like to do?
Uggo calls on his mighty steed Grolago to move
Called the Steve
forward. I did. I called it
Dark. It's dark.
Dance.
Hey, it was actually done in a very sweet ceremony, because it's a connection with the bear. So it's a reminder of what not to do as an orc, right?
Gotcha.
That's really what this is. So, okay. So first, man, there's so many things.
Yeah.
There's so
I don't envy going first.
yeah, seriously. Okay, I'm going to spend my action to activate my channel divinity, Watcher's Will, and I will choose Civ, Red Thistle, and Lily to. For the next minute, you have advantage on intelligent wisdoms and charisma saving throws.
Okay.
Nice.
Intelligence and wisdom.
And charisma. So all of your mental
Okay.
stats.
Okay, great.
And then, let's see, bonus actions. I will cast Searing Smite.
All right.
And that completes. Well, let's, you know what, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to move the bear and myself 5 feet in front of Lily to make sure that everyone is covered by my 10-foot radius, or at least as many people as possible are covered by my 10-foot radius.
Thank you.
abilities. Yep.
All right, Lily, you're up, and then Fahima James.
Lily's never seen this before. So she'll look at this Trask.
Yeah. Tarask, but in D&D lore, this is one of the most powerful, menacing, fearful monsters in the dungeon in the monster manual. So
It's
starting
become
there.
a meme. It's become a meme, basically.
It's
how
Godzilla
much of a
plus.
joke
Yeah.
it is.
You
It's
don't
kind of
look
like
that
Godzilla. I mean,
bad.
ours looks more of a dragon than anything else, but it is really more like Godzilla. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. How big is it?
It's gargantuan.
Oh.
Whoops.
Very, very big.
I believe it's
Oh.
French,
Okay,
right?
well,
French.
Very, very
Lily?
big.
French law?
Lily is gonna look at it and be like, I've heard about you, but never judge a book by what you hear from other people, and I will cast Otto's Irresistible Dance
Yeah.
on the
Amazing.
Trask.
Okay. It has a. I'm sure it has a save.
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Wisdom. Oh, I have advantage from Memento Mori Unis Annus, but it's countered by Hunt Society Games, and I 6 + 9 is 15 is my save.
Nope. It's a 19
No?
save.
All right, it uses its first legendary resistance.
No.
Of course.
No. I will try again, sweet Trask.
See you dance.
All right, is there anything else you'd like to do in your turn?
No, I'm just gonna kind of move in like draft formation behind Ogo.
All right, so you
Which I think
cast
I
this
already
mighty
saw.
spell, and you see the Tarask shrug it off. This legendary creature, using its resistance to even the mightiest spells, shrugs it off. Bahima, you're up.
Man, these legendary resistances. Can it use multiple in a round?
I think it can.
Yeah, I can, but it only has 3 per day.
Oh. Okay.
So save your high level stuff.
I know. I should
Nope,
say
I'm
that.
not saving anything. This is a level 20 fight. We're going for it.
Well, you
Do
still
it.
say, yeah, good, do it. Just
Is it
do
60? Is it 60 feet away from me or more? I have to get within 60 feet of it.
I think
Cast
so.
the spell.
I think you're okay.
Okay. So Fahima will step forward and say, "You'll
Look at
stay
that.
in."
Sorry,
You'll
look
stay-
at that. They have your bear there. Sorry to interrupt you.
Wait, they have a bear?
Oh, they have a.
Where's
It looks
Meep?
like a panther.
Where Meep
They
at?
may have a giant
Panther
meep.
works.
I don't know. Do you guys have a giant meep?
Do you have a giant Meep map room? Can
They
we please
might.
see it? Can? Oh
Hey,
my God! Can
Look at
Fahima
her.
get on Meep?
Yeah.
She's
Get on the back of
amazing.
Okay, Fahima has entered this fight on the top of Meep.
Whoa.
But she'll stay by the crew for now. And she'll fly a little bit forward instead
There you
of
go.
walking.
If we get into trouble, Fahima and Meep are kicking off and we're all gonna die.
Check it out. Fahima's like, I've never felt so alive. Screw you, suckers, I'm out of here.
She's gonna say, you'll stay in this maze until you can reduce it to embers. And she'll cast Maze, which has no saving throw. So this Tarask is banished until it can make a DC 20 intelligence check.
Holy smokes.
You got other monsters,
Wizards.
Jeff? I heard you have other monsters.
I just want to read Maze for a second. You banish a creature that you can see within range to a labyrinthian demiplane. The target remains there for the duration or until it escapes the maze. The target can use its action to attempt an escape. When it does so, it makes a DC 20 intelligence check. If it succeeds, it escapes and the spell ends. Man. Okay.
Legendary.
All right.
So you gonna resist that?
I can't. I mean, there's no save, right?
What about the legendary resistance?
No save.
Oh, that only applies to saving
That's only
throws?
for a save.
Oh!
A legendary resistance
Oh,
lets
really?
you unfail a save.
I told you. She
But
could
then-
kill us all.
It gets to make an level 20 intelligence check
On its
or
turn,
saving.
which actually is now.
Oh,
not
come
a save.
on.
That's
Oh,
not a
no,
saving
sorry,
throw.
James goes first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not
Oh,
a saving
so-
throw.
Right.
Is it makes it a level? Then yeah, that's
But
not
it
a
says
saving.
it may use its action to attempt an escape. That means it can only do it on its turn.
Oh, I see.
So I have
see
to
what you're saying.
wait until James's turn. So basically what you see is this thing disappear completely out of sight. Fahima whoa, look at that. Boom! Amazing. Amazing. Oh my God, I'm going to miss the map room so
Me
much.
too.
That
It's
was
beautiful.
incredible. All right. So Fahima astride Meep, who is now full-grown, full-size, a fiery phoenix bird about the size of a small dragon or a
Yes!
giant eagle.
Yes.
She sits there and Fahima mutters words under her breath and moves her hands atop this fiery bird, all of you feeling the heat radiating off of both of them. And in just a moment, the Tarask ceases to be on your plane. It is gone, and all of you look around for a moment, standing amidst the clouds with these enormous golden weapons that seem to be piercing the clouds on all four corners around you, not sure what to do next. And then you hear another sound. And in front of you appears a beholder.
Oh no.
A beholder
Oh, no.
appears in
I'm more
front
scared
of
of
you.
that.
It's eye tentacles.
And it's drunk.
It
The
breaks
beholder is
down
drunk.
quickly.
Hey.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
So I'm gonna roll its initiative.
Ugh.
So James, it is your turn.
Right. Got it. Well done, Fahima. Okay. Let's see. So this beholder, what do I know about beholders? Okay. I'm going to move 30 feet to my right.
I think there's psychological stuff.
Actually, let me stay where I am. No, I should stay close to Uggo, I guess. That's what I've been told. I should stay close to Uggo. And so I was like, ah! And I will cast Eldritch Blast, which at this level, 4 Eldritch Blasts at one time fly forward at this beholder. Pop, pop,
All right,
pop.
is that 4 separate spell attacks?
No, it is one casting of the spell,
Okay.
which results in 4 bolts.
All right, so you have advantage from Pytyrus Stormblade.
Okay. That's a 25 to hit,
That hits.
then a 26 to hit. Or I'm sorry. So give me 4 advantages.
Right, that's
Or
what I was
tell-
asking about. So, okay, so you have advantage from Change Box, and then advantage from Change Box, and then advantage from Change Box. You have 3 more
Thank
advantages
you,
from Change Box.
Change Box and Pytyrus. So it's a 25 to hit, a 26 to hit, a 19 to hit.
That hits.
A 29 to hit. It's a plus 11 that I'm firing with right now, and another 29 to hit.
All of them hit.
Nice. So I should really pre-roll these. So that is 11, 21. Sorry, 21. 47 points of damage.
Woo! All right, so you
That's a
fire
good
off
cantrip.
these bolts of
That's a good cantrip.
purple energy. You fire off these bolts of purple energy. 4 of them pouring out of
It's
you,
unbelievable.
and they land in and around this bulbous creature with eyes in stalks all around it. And you see it take quite a bit of force damage. Does that complete your turn, James?
Yes.
All right. So we're up to the Tarrasque's turn. And it is in some strange demiplane somewhere. It is going to attempt
It's in a
intelligence.
maze.
Yeah,
It's trying to get its way through a maze.
stomping and scratching its way through this maze, growling and quite angry.
I believe
Intelligence.
it's a great Fahima spell because she's not killing the monster. She's just sending it to a maze.
So
Great
I'm
idea.
It's
using
a
the
fun activity.
I'm using the Tarrasque right out of the monster manual, right? This is textbook Tarrasque. I haven't changed anything.
Oh God.
Its intelligence is a 3, which means it gets a -4 to its roll. So
Oh, no.
You have to nat 20.
I have
I'm gonna
to
say
nat 20.
Fahima knew
have
that
nat
because she
20.
loves monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Saving throws. It has a +5 to
It's not a
intelligence. But this
saving
is
throw.
not a saving
Yeah,
throw.
right.
So I think this Tarrasque.
Wow.
I'm so excited to use a Tarrasque, and literally you guys are like, nope. Level 20s, baby. All right. I do have advantage from Extinguish the Flame. So unless
It'll
I
be
get
back.
a natural 20,
I can't use this is a concentration spell, so
that's a 10. Yeah, it only lasts for 10 minutes anyway.
Oh,
But that's that's
dang.
gonna be this whole fight.
well I have other
Roll-
concentration spells I want to cast.
2 10s, 10 and a 10. So the Tarrasque doesn't come back. So now we are up to Civ's turn, and after that it will be the Beholder.
Somewhere the Tarrasque is very confused.
So
Indeed.
Civ is going to grow in size even bigger with bonus action Giant's Might.
Oh,
So I become a large creature. I don't know
Wow.
if they can make Civ even bigger than what he is in the map
2
room or
square
not.
by 2 square. Yes.
Yeah. But I grow in size, and all the runes on my body start to glow.
man.
And then I take out my magical bow, and I'm just going to unload.
Oh, look, you're getting bigger.
Nice. Piece by piece, or am I just wiggling?
I think. Maybe just wiggling.
I'm gonna unload a massive volley of arrows from my magical bow into the beholder's eye.
Okay.
And I have sharpshooter now, so I'm gonna take a -5 to all of those, which will give me an extra 40 points of damage if they all hit. So hopefully they hit.
3, 5, 4, fun. I hope you're ready for some awesome fun.
I guess I should have been using the Tarrasque's legendary actions between everybody's turn before I even got to Vihima. That's on me. That's on me. We'll see. Anyway, go ahead.
So so this is gonna be the first volley of arrows. Do I have advantages and disadvantages?
You do. How
racked up?
many attacks is it?
It's gonna be 3.
All right. So you have advantage from the Carson, advantage from Mom of Goblins, and advantage from Hadrian X.
Okay, the first one is a 25 to hit.
It hits.
The next one is a 19 to hit.
That also hits.
And the last one is a 21 to hit.
Yep. That hits.
Okay. So, so that's 40 right off the bat, plus 6, 46. Morgan, can I throw numbers at you?
Yep, please.
Okay.
Always.
8,
54,
5,
59,
9,
5,
63.
4,
4,
I'm sorry, 64,
68.
7.
71. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. No. Say 68 plus 7 is 75. Sorry. I didn't hear the second one.
Okay. And 8.
83.
Yeah.
83
And-
points of damage.
And then I'd like
Oh
to.
my god.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'd like to use my one action surge so that I
Oh,
can do
no.
it again.
You guys aren't even gonna let this monster.
It's good Sid goes last because
Oh.
he's just gonna dominate every creature.
It's like,
This is
I'm gonna go last.
crazy.
So I'm doing it again. Same thing.
This may not last long, you guys. I might have to throw
Uh,
more stuff at you.
So
I
Beholder's
wish
like,
for
"Hey,
more
guys."
monsters.
so 25 to hit.
That hits, yeah.
20 to hit,
That hits.
and the last one probably misses. That's gonna be a 11. Oh,
Yeah, misses.
but
Finally a miss.
I took lucky as a feat, so I'm gonna roll that dice again just in case.
Yeah.
How dare you take lucky when we're already getting advantages on everything?
I took it too. I took it too.
Well, I took it mainly for saving throws, but I really just want to see if I can drop a beholder in one round.
You might be able to at this point. I mean,
and
it already
then
had 47 points of damage on it.
That would be 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so let's do that damage again.
This beholder was just here to say hello, and we immediately blasted it with 4 Eldritch Blasts and 6 arrows.
This was the beholder from the warden fight that didn't get to fight the first time. Because of
Hey,
me.
guys.
And now you guys are like, yeah.
Oh. Well,
So-
Episode 6, remember me?
Remember me? I just want to say hi. Why are you stabbing me?
Does he say that? Does he actually say that?
Yeah, but it's in undercommon, so you don't understand.
Dang it.
So he just growls at us a lot. Okay. So that's 40 plus 7 plus 6
53,
plus 2
55,
plus 5.
60.
That's it.
60
60
even.
points of
Yeah.
damage?
Yeah.
So a beholder
That's it?
in the book has 180 hit points.
Gone!
You guys, you've done 190 hit points of damage.
wow.
And that's just James and
James
Civ.
cantrip.
Yeah.
Cantrip.
Like I said, I've never fought a team of level 5 level 20s before, so
Well, I'm just using up my big guns now.
I
just
love
to
it.
Yeah,
see,
me
you
too.
know.
all right. So
Bye,
my
Mr.
beholder
Beholder.
didn't even get to do anything. It gets slaughtered. Its turn is next. We're back to the top of the round. Again, you guys stand there, not even having broken a sweat, standing on this elevated, these clouds that are swirling around you, these giant golden pillars of weaponry all around you. And all of a sudden, 2 things appear in front of you.
I feel like we may have made someone angry.
A massive,
Is it Shothragot?
a massive 3-headed Cerebus.
Oh, so
A
cute.
demon dog that guards the gates of hell.
Oh boy.
Nice.
And
That!
beside it,
A giant.
its master,
Yeah.
Oh no.
Death.
Oh, what? Hades?
Death itself
Was my hair out?
waits for you.
Nice.
Death stands sentry, daring you to step forward.
Hello.
All right, I'm gonna have these things actually go right now because if I don't, it won't be any fun
You're
for
never gonna
anybody.
get a turn.
This is gonna be a lot shorter half of a show than I thought.
No.
Well,
All
the
right.
Trask might come back.
The Trask might come back. Although
Look
I don't
at
know
that
how it rolls. It
Cerberus.
has to roll a natural 20. That's the only way it can come back. That is a nasty spell maze.
I know, and it's not
Holy
even
moly.
9th level.
Well, I think the idea is that you hit the wizard and then she loses concentration and then the Trask comes back.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't
Okay.
tell Jeff. Don't tell
Wizard-
Jeff. What to do.
Wizard took a
well
couple
aware.
minutes to prevent that,
well
though.
aware. I mean, I was gonna have the beholder attempt that if it got a turn.
The beholder just got annihilated immediately.
The beholder was like, "Hey guys, how you?" Ah!
The beholder was
6
actually
arrows, 4
on our
Eldritch
side.
Blasts
It was actually on our
immediately.
side.
All right. So
That was those were my big guns though. Those are my big
Look
that
at
guns.
was
the
pretty
dogs.
great. That was
Yeah, you
pretty
use
great.
your action surge.
The quiver
Yeah.
on the dog's mouth is so insane.
I know the Cerberus is gorgeous.
All right, we're gonna have. Oh, Death is gonna cast a spell. It is gonna cast Circle of Death A sphere of negative energy ripples out in a 60-foot radius from a point within range.
Yep.
So it is going to cast it right in the center of all of you. So everybody makes a Constitution saving throw.
Remember,
Great at
everyone
those.
gets +2 to their normal Constitution.
Counterspell.
Counterspell.
And what
Okay.
level?
Shoot, I don't have counterspell in front of me. What do I need to? I gotta look it up.
You
real
have to
quick.
cast it at the same level as the spell, or you have to
Or you
roll
higher.
and
Or
beat
roll
it.
higher,
Yeah.
right.
What is it casting? Circle of Death?
Yeah, no cheating, no looking it up.
No
Yeah,
cheating.
right.
No cheating.
Okay, counterspell is what level? It's
Third.
level.
Third normally.
Okay,
Circle
so
of Death sounds like it's at least 6 or 7, I would say.
so what happens if I? Does it matter if I cast it at 5th? Like, does that help me at all or no?
No, it doesn't. It's either
automatically
third
fails.
or
Just a
6th.
roll?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. You have to roll for it. But
Oh,
yeah,
that's right. Yeah. You have to roll for it. Let's look it up.
All right. So if
if it's below the level, so you either cast it at third,
I have to
or
either
you try to
guess
cast
what
super
level
high.
Circle of Death is,
It's
or
a
I
dispel,
just
but
Yeah, if the creature is casting a spell of 3rd level or lower, the spell fails and has no effect. If it is casting a spell of 4th level or higher, make an ability check with your spell casting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. At higher levels, when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, the interrupted spell has no effect if the level is less than or equal to the level of the spell slot used.
all right.
So
I'm
even
gonna
if you
just
cast it at
normal.
3rd level,
or
you still
just
get a
cast it at
chance.
3rd.
All
Yeah.
right. I'm gonna
Just
cast it
try
at 3rd level.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo. Do I have any advantages?
You do. You have advantage from Bow Busy, but it is countered by Grim Fated.
And it's just your intelligence modifier, so it's just +5.
Okay.
Pretty good chance.
That was a 4. I'm gonna use my luck feat.
oh yeah.
Luck.
Please,
Luck.
please, please.
Luck is the worst.
It's just a straight roll that I'm rolling.
Mhm.
Did not. I rolled a.
Oh.
I rolled a 12,
+5, which is a 17,
which means it.
because you add your
17?
intelligence modifier. Yeah.
Okay, which means it counters a
10,
7 or-
7th
Seven or
level
lower.
or lower.
All right, so you counter the spell. It is,
Yes.
Are you having fun?
Yes.
Lucky Fahima.
This is ridiculous.
Lucky girl. She gives Meep a little pat. Good girl.
Wait a minute.
It's got some kind of resistance.
I mean,
then?
it has counterspell.
Yeah, so it can
Counter
So
counter.
it could
Counterspell?
counter your counterspell, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And
Algo
it's-
will spend his action to counterspell the counterspell.
Counterspell too.
I do.
Yes.
I figured Algo probably learned from Fahima. It's in part of the paladin spell list when you're a watcher. So
Wow.
All right. Well, that
Yes.
I want to know what this looks
no,
like
I still have
on.
to roll.
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
still have
because
to
it's a
roll.
level 3 spell, right?
Well, make it roll
Yeah.
too, because it has to roll higher than
No,
a
no, but if it's a
13.
level 3 spell,
It
oh, no,
depends.
no, I don't have to. I don't have to count.
Oh,
I don't
because
have
I
to
cast it. Mhm.
right.
Yeah, because
you don't
it-
have to roll.
Your spell is level 3, so it counting it automatically worked.
Yeah.
Right. Your counterspell
automatically
was
works.
cast at level 3.
Totally.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 Yes. Oh my
Yep.
gosh.
But
You gonna do it, Ron?
and Ugo, yours is level
yeah.
3 too, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So it doesn't
well,
matter.
yeah,
It all cancels out. There's a lot of magical back and forth, and it all cancels out. And
Nothing happens.
nothing happens, but it was very exciting.
It's a bunch of
Very
mages
exciting.
just sightless whispering
Yeah, all
at each other from across the way.
Yeah, Civ is standing there like, what is happening? And
That's
That's
like,
like,
cool.
die.
everybody's
I'm
like,
gonna shoot it with more arrows.
everybody is concentrating and muttering under their breath, and nothing is happening at all. But it seems very intense.
Well, this is awkward.
And even if we could cast more counterspells, the problem is that you can only use your reaction one time.
Yeah.
So that is
Correct.
that economy at work.
So what does Circle of Death do? What was it supposed to do to us?
Well, maybe I'll try again. I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it is.
I think if it kills you, you become a zombie. If memory serves.
Oh, that sounds kind of cool though.
It is a big necrotic area of effect spell, basically.
Necrotic fireball.
All right. So that means Cerebus is going to go before we get to the top of the round,
Your
and
doggy.
it is going to attempt to do literally anything to you guys. It is going to run toward the front, and it has 3 attacks with its 3 heads, and It can do 3 bite attacks, or it can replace one of the bite attacks with its breath, which it will do. So it's going to do 2 bite attacks. Who is standing closest to receive the bites? Let's.
On the ground,
Well, there's
probably I'll go.
giant meep too.
You know, it's gonna attempt to bite the lady on the bird. That's exciting.
That's fair.
With one, and it's gonna try to bite a really large-looking sieve with another, and then it's gonna spray you guys with a acid breath.
Oh God.
Oh no.
All right, so I have
Oh,
advantage.
no.
I have advantage from Bad Robot on the first. Bad Rabbit, excuse me, on the first. Advantage from Forest Elf 86 on the second. So this is the one to Fahima. That is a 22 to hit on the first
yeah.
bite. This one is a 29 to hit for Civ. And that is. No. Fahima, you have 1 plus 6 is 7 plus 7 is 14 plus 9 is piercing damage.
How much?
Plus
23.
23 piercing.
Yep. Plus.
So you need, for your concentration, you need to hit at least an 11 on maze.
4 plus 12 points of acid damage. That's for the first bite. Second bite is
35.
8 plus 6 is
14.
14 plus another 6 is 20 points of piercing damage. Civ and
This is going at me.
yeah.
I'm gonna enact one of my runes,
Okay.
so it's gonna attack death instead of me.
Okay.
I rolled a natural 20 on my concentration check.
Nice.
Nice. Well done.
So hold on, let me just make sure that I'm doing this right, because this is the first time I've ever used it, obviously.
By the way, I have switched to my episode 1 outfit, just like Katie and Ron.
Okay. Meanwhile, everybody in a 15-foot cone, which I'm assuming is everybody.
The rest of us, yeah.
Yeah. Dexterity saving throws, please.
Which we have +2 thanks to Ron.
Yes. Yep.
James, you have advantage from Ian F. Brown. Ugo, you have advantage from 8 Palms Digital. And Lily, you have advantage from Funky G Macman.
Ian F. Brown is my brother. Thank you.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Sorry, guys, I missed this, but you all should have had +6 to your initiative rolls.
Oh, well.
Well,
it's all good.
it was
6.
all of us. Then it was
Yeah.
even.
All good.
Wow.
So Cloud Rune. When you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to choose a different creature within 30 feet of you to become the target of the attack instead of using the same roll. So you use the same roll on death that you would.
But is it within
It's a
30 feet of you?
29 to hit.
I don't think that's within 30 feet of you.
I don't know, because I can't tell on the map. You know what I mean?
I don't think it is. It looks pretty
think it
far
is.
to me.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
looks,
is it-
yeah. It looks like
5, 10, 15,
60
20,
to-
25, 30. Yeah, it's at least like 60 to 80
Oh,
feet.
okay. Then never mind.
All right. So does anybody remember the number I said for the damage for him? For the no?
You're
Or
up
not?
in the 20s.
Yeah, let's say
Don't.
24. That sounds kind of right.
Sure.
And then that's piercing, and then 11
Yikes.
points of acid.
35.
Okay, so
Uh,
I'll just uncanny dodge it instead then.
Okay.
Sure. For the breath, I rolled a 16
That
dexterity.
does
saving
not save.
throw. Oof.
DC is 19. So anybody below a 19, you
Yikes.
take. I should just have a dice roller. This is ridiculous. 12d6.
Oh yeah.
Oh!
Oh no, actually, acid is 8d6.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, only 86.
No,
No.
I failed, but my bear saved.
Oh.
Thank goodness. Don't kill the
I'm
man.
just using the Pegasus.
Oh, 3
Pegasus
sixes.
stat block.
Don't kill Gorolago.
I
15
saved.
plus
Again.
18. 15 plus 18
33.
is 33. So
Whoa.
33 points of acid damage,
Ouch.
or
And
half
if
as
you-
much for a successful save.
So happy.
Dogs
Okay.
on fire.
16. 16 if you're at half.
Got it.
16 if you have saved.
Yes.
Am I included in this? No, I'm not.
No, not you.
You
but
didn't call out
but-
my. Okay.
Yeah,
It
not
couldn't.
you.
It couldn't bite us and breath.
Yeah,
us.
two of
Just wanna
the
make
heads
sure.
bit, and one of the heads sprayed acid at everybody else.
That makes sense.
Yikes.
All right, well, actually did some damage on you guys. I feel pretty good about
Yeah.
myself.
Good job,
damage.
Jeff.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for
Good job,
patronizing
Jeff.
me.
You're doing great.
All right, so that brings us to Ugo. Your turn.
All right. So Ugo is going to.
Make it pay. Make it pay dearly.
Okay, so it's not smaller than me, but Ugo is going to move around to the back side of it, and look at Death, and say,
Square in the face. Stare Death in the
Stare in the
face.
face.
Hashtag
Just
2020.
staring Death in the face and say, "I'll get to you in a minute." And then he attacks the Cerebus twice.
Okay, you have advantage from Wordsmith T on the first and advantage from Angel Devilson on the second.
Okay. So the first one is
So much
31,
So many toys to play with. Okay.
and second is 21.
Both
31
of
and 21.
both of those hit.
Okay. And so the first one is going to have a normal Searing Smite plus my improved. So I have something called improved divine. Improved divine.
Did you succeed on your concentration for Searing Smite?
Ooh, good call. Thank you.
That's one of the bad things about Searing Smite. Is if you cast
yeah,
it
right. If I take damage,
the turn before you use it, you can take
half
damage.
the damage
and
is 16. My concentration was 23.
Nice.
I have a very nice concentration, actually. Surprisingly, well, orc. So I have improved divine smite, which allows me whenever I hit with a melee weapon, it automatically takes 1d8 damage. So I'm doing 2d6, 1 plus 1d8 per attack. The first one's going to be an additional d6 for the Searing Smite. So 3d6 plus 1d8 plus.
I was so excited to play the Tarask, you guys. I've never had a Tarask in a fight before.
It's coming back in a
Come
minute,
back.
probably.
How could it possibly come back? I have to roll a natural
No,
20.
Behemoth, she
Jeff,
loses his
I'm not
concentration.
gonna look. Just to meta here, I'm not gonna end this fight without bringing the Tarask back. Okay,
All right.
just try to hit me.
I'm trying to hit you. I
Try
hit
to
you,
hit
but
me.
you had a concentration natural
Okay,
20.
at the start of the Cerebus's turn, Jeff, you're gonna have to make a concentration or Constitution saving throw against my Searing Smite. But you
All right.
take 15 plus 9, so 24.
He takes that damage now?
Yep. 4 of it was fire. The rest of it is 5 of it was radiant, and the rest is magical bludgeoning.
Okay.
And then the second attack, you're going to take 2d6, and I'm going to expel a 3rd level spell slot and Divine Smite with that one. So, my Divine Smite at 5th level. Features and
Lily,
traits.
you'll be next, by the way, and then Fahima.
Got it.
Divine Smite is 2d8 first, so 48 on top of my 2d6.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Smite.
Divine Smite added on to Paladin's
And I can
damage
do it
already
both.
is.
I could do it both
It's
hits,
sick.
right?
Yeah.
There's no limit.
Yeah, you can just keep
Right.
dumping
Make
Divine
sure you
Smite.
Yes,
can't only do
spell
it
slot.
once, more than once. Are
No,
you sure you
yes,
can do it more than
can
once
every
a turn?
time you hit. Yep, because
Yeah.
the limit is the spell slots you have.
Yeah, it's
Jeez.
and you're blowing spell slots, so I mean it means
Right.
something.
It will run out at some point.
Yes, it will run out. Correct. So 9 plus 9 plus 9. So 9
27.
times 3 is 27 plus 6.
33.
So 33.
33 points of damage? That's in addition to the 24, right?
Yes.
All right. So 57 points of total damage on the Cerebus. You are smiting it. There's all kinds of radiant glow that is exploding off as your weapons connect with the back of this incredible beast, this 3-headed hound of hell. And that completes your turn, Ugo?
It in fact does.
All right, Lily, you're up, then Fahima.
Okay, I'm gonna do Phantasmal Force
Okay.
on the Hound of Hell.
Okay.
Yes, cast a second level spell on the Hound of Hell. I love it.
I'm gonna dazzle the heck out of this Hound of Hell.
It has to make an intelligence saving throw.
All right.
Probably not great at.
Where's
Who
my
knows?
service?
Maybe
Intelligence
really
saving
good.
throw. I have advantage from the Raven Queen.
No.
Ooh. First one was an 18 plus 3 is 21.
We're
Yeah.
behind.
Ah!
Lily just crosses her arm and sits down.
Oh, sorry, Lily.
Do you want to get up on me?
You still have bonus actions. Do you have anything for a bonus action?
Really just crossbows for which I could fire
Or
at it.
inspire
Man.
folks.
What? Yeah, I can inspire people. Yeah, I will. I'm actually right next to James, so I'll give James Bardic Inspiration.
Oh,
Nice.
thanks.
All right, Fahima, you're up.
Which
Yeah,
is a
I'll do
D12, I think, when you're level 20.
Yeah, I think so. Let me actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gee whiz.
Ooh.
Gee whiz.
Okay, can I get a top-down
Yeah,
view
D12.
of the map, please? Map room.
I'm wondering which one of us is going to get into the 40s first.
Hmm.
To the 40s?
Yeah.
What do you
Of
mean?
what?
Damage.
Or 40 of any roll. Like getting
Oh,
into
past
the
it.
40s of
Oh.
any roll.
So we're past 40s in damage.
I meant like a D20 roll. Apologies.
So by now, I think I'm not gonna use attacks for me
Actually,
because that's too much.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Before you go, Fahima, I keep forgetting to do legendary actions. So after Lily's turn, Death is gonna walk up
No!
to Uggo and touch him with Withering Touch. That's the reason that these things are so awesome is they can
Yeah.
do something after almost every turn.
Yes.
Forgetting. So that's on me.
Or my life force and strength.
Withering Touch. Constitution saving throw, please. You have advantage from Wilbro Jr. And I need to do 2d12.
Nat 20.
Ah, man.
That would make it a 32.
All right.
Constitution was the wrong one to choose, friend.
Yeah, I guess so.
Intelligence. Target
Yeah, I was
mind.
gonna say.
It doesn't even do half. It's just like you don't get
Okay.
it.
Right. Because
Yeah.
it's like a finger
All
of
right.
death or whatever. Yeah.
So that didn't happen. Also.
Sorry, friend.
All right. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fahima. Your turn.
I was saying by now, I think I would be having all this crazy stuff with Meep in terms of her fighting stuff, but I don't want to deal with that right now. So I'm just gonna use her speed, if that's okay, and her flyby.
Sure.
Okay, and Fahima will fly up above Death, hook her legs around and slide down around Meep's neck, and I think she's got to be within 60 feet. So how much movement do you think that used, Meeps?
5, 10, 15, 20,
60-ish?
25, 30. Yeah, probably at least 30. Probably maybe 40. And you said up too, so however far up you went.
I'll go about 60 feet up too. I'll use all of Meep's movement, whatever that is. And
Okay.
She will say, this is for Civ. And she's gonna cast Disintegrate on
Oh, on Death.
Yes.
Amazing.
So
He's not immune to necromancy.
It might be.
Yeah.
it's force damage.
Necrotic. Oh, it is
Nice.
force.
Oh, that's
yeah.
right.
Force
Yeah.
So you make a dex saving throw. And I cannot
Okay.
use my luck on this.
Not even death is immune to disintegrate. That's awesome.
Wow. All right. I have advantage from the Raven Queen. So let's see. That's a 7.
That sounds like
And
a
that's a
T-shirt.
2. So
Ron.
Yeah.
7 plus 5 is 12. So that's not going to get it done,
No,
right?
no.
Get it.
Okay, so I already rolled my damage. It is
Unbelievable.
74 force damage.
Oh,
Whoa.
74.
ouch.
Yay.
Well, at least it doesn't kill it, so it didn't disintegrate. But that is
Darn.
very powerful.
Got close.
Woof.
Actually, it has legendary resistance as well, so it's going to use legendary resistance and take half damage.
Doesn't take any.
All right, fine.
Oh, it doesn't take any damage, or does it take half?
If you save,
On
Yeah,
disintegrate?
disintegration.
It's all or nothing.
Yeah, 0.
Because otherwise, Civ would probably be dead.
Yeah, that's right. She counterspelled you. That's
She
what it.
countered it.
Yeah. All right, so that didn't happen.
Right.
That's true.
All right, fine. Fahima climbs back up on me awkwardly.
Fine.
Are y'all done?
Fine.
All right, that's cool though.
I like that we're all just pouting in the fight.
I know you guys are not scared at all. I love how she was flying on this winged, flaming phoenix bird, and you climbed up on the neck and you reached down and touched with this touch attack, disintegration. So cool. You literally touched death. James, you're up.
Can I? Yeah. Okay. Let me see.
You did fly back up with the rest of Meep's movement.
Okay.
Actually,
it still has a legendary action it can do.
Okay.
I used two of its legendary action points for Withering Touch, but it can do a great scythe attack. It'll. No, you flew back up, right? So I guess it has to do it against Uggo, because Uggo's the only one in range. So it will attempt a great scythe attack against you. Uggo, I have advantage from Fallstar. Oh, I think that'll work. That is a 29 to hit. And it does
I'm kidding.
11. 2 is 13. Plus 8 is 21.
Yeah.
Points of slashing damage plus. Oh, no, sorry. 21 plus 6 is 27 points of slashing damage plus 11 points of necrotic damage.
All right.
All right. So, James, you're up. It is
Okay.
out of its legendary moves.
Let's burn some high level spell slots, shall we?
Why not?
So James is near close to this giant three-headed hell beast in front of us, and I would like to use one of my Mystic Arcanums, which is, if you are familiar with high-level warlocks, once you get past 5th level spell slots, you don't get spell slots, you get Mystic Arcanums. And to cast these spells once a day, I will use my 6th level Mystic Arcanum to cast Mental Prison on the Cerberus.
Mental Prism.
Prison.
All
You
right.
attempt to bind a creature within an illusory cell that only it perceives. One creature you can see within range must make an intelligence saving throw. If if it's immune to charm, it automatically succeeds. Is it immune to charm?
Hang on.
Are you doing? You're doing this on the Cerberus, the dog?
On the Cerberus. Yeah.
Okay.
It is not immune to charm.
Beautiful. On a successful save, the target takes 5d10 psychic and the spell ends. On a failed save, the target takes 5d10 and you make the area immediately around the target space appear dangerous to it in some way. So James would like it to appear as if it is suddenly surrounded by a massive black hole that is literally screaming at it.
Ah.
All right, this is a wisdom save. Is that what you said?
Intelligence.
Oh, intelligence. All right.
And if it restrains it there, and if it tries to get out of it, it will take a lot more damage.
All right. I have advantage from Melchior, and I got a 15 on my save.
That fails.
All right.
So it starts by taking 5d10 force damage. So it takes, stand by, 1 moment, 32 psychic damage. Sorry, 5d10 psychic damage.
32 psychic damage.
And it is now restrained. And if it moves or makes a melee attack or reaches any part of its body through this mental prison, something real bad's going to happen to it.
All right.
This is a 6th level spell, and it is nasty.
All right. I don't know if this thing would even. It's not. It's a dog. Is it gonna know not to try to do that? Does that complete your turn, James?
Yes, it does.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna
monster.
stay. I'm gonna stay next to Lily, and we're just hanging back here, and good.
All right. So I have advantage on this. The Tarask's turn in the demiplane. I have advantage on its attempt to figure out how to get out.
Good luck on that nat 20, friend.
A 6 and a 7 is what I rolled. So Tarask
Close, so close.
still unhappy, still wandering around.
You know,
I made a right back there.
You know what I imagine with the Tarask is that it's James's worst nightmare, where it's just hallway after hallway after hallway.
Dare you?
How dare you?
Trask is like, I found another hallway.
What's
Maybe
behind
this
this door?
But the
Okay,
Trask
so
like loves escape rooms and it's having a great time.
The time of its life.
oh, that's for you, Alex. The escape room. That's for you.
Civ, your turn.
Okay, sorry. So right now, let me get this straight. The Cerberus is in this, like, do I see it? Do I see that it's
No,
in
you don't.
this-
Only it does.
Yeah, it's an illusion that only it perceives.
But it is restrained, so you have advantage on attacks, and it has disadvantage on attacks against you.
Oh, okay. Well then, let's stab it a bunch of times.
Good idea.
Yeah,
Good idea.
let's.
Working so far.
I will, just for funsies, enact my bonus action, Hill Rune, which gives me resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. So in case the Trask comes back, I won't take quite so much damage from it. And then I'm just going to stab this thing as many times as I possibly can.
Fair enough.
So advantages.
Where is
disadvantages?
Fahima?
Yeah,
I
I mean,
can't
how many
see her
times? You
anymore.
have advantage from
Line up
Dr.
high.
Jekyll. How many do you need?
3.
Dr. Jekyll, the Carson, and Falstar are your 3 advantages.
Okay, so I'm stabbing. Let's stab all of these with the dragon tooth dagger. So I'm just gonna shiv it a bunch.
All right.
So 29 to hit.
Yes.
I just rolled 2 natural 20s.
Wow.
Advantage. I don't know if that means anything or not.
Only one of them gets to work, but yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, can you lend one to the Tarask for a second?
I will say this. I forgot to announce my sneak attack on the first one, so I will sneak attack on the natural 20.
Nice.
Of course you will.
And then
You're gonna do. This is gonna be a crazy number.
Yeah.
and
Crazy
then
number. This is gonna be like salt water on a slug level damage.
20, probably not that high, but 26 to hit is the last one.
Yeah, it hits.
Okay. Why don't you move on and I'll roll my dice
Yeah.
and just start adding.
Fair enough. Okay, so we're up to Death's turn. Death is going to.
Yes, map room. Look at that. There's like phantom sieves doing all this
Oh,
damage.
amazing!
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That
I
is
love it.
So rad, dude.
It's all these little sieves
Perfect.
just
That's
messing it up.
incredible.
Wow.
Oh,
We
that's
love you, map
so
room.
cool.
We love
map
you so
room.
much.
Oh, I'm gonna miss that.
Thank you,
That's
thank you,
really, really
Amanda,
cool.
for being for
Yes,
running the map.
being incredible, and
Amanda and
John and
John.
Thomas and Michael.
Yeah.
All right. What can I want to do something real good. I can make 2 attacks with this great scythe. Maybe that's just what I do and trying to mess up Ugo. But he's got so many other cool things. Oh, it's his turn, so his legendary actions get back, so that's nice. Okay, so what he's gonna do, actually, because it's his turn, he will.
Are those like claw wings on his back?
All right, I'm just gonna do Finger of Death because I want to.
Oh
He's
my
gonna
God.
walk up. Death is gonna walk up and touch Ugo with Finger of Death. Again, it's a Constitution saving throw, but you know,
Rolls very well with those.
yeah, I know, but he's the only one in range. Advantage from false. Oh no, you know what? You know what? No,
Pause.
no. He's going to teleport. He has teleport. Death magically teleports along with any equipment he's carrying up to 120 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. He's going to teleport up to where Fahima is, and he's going to cast Finger of Death.
Whoa.
You jerk!
Okay, is that something I could counterspell?
Yeah, if you haven't used your reaction yet, right?
Not this round.
No.
Round. I mean, it has counterspell as well, but it can't cast 2 spells in this. Oh no!
Yeah, so you can because it's a
It
reaction.
bizarrely can.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah.
yeah. You can counterspell someone counterspelling you, which is
Well,
weird.
but don't you? You can't counter a spell that's in your round, right? Because you're not using a reaction. You can't
Huh?
use
You can use a reaction in your
turn.
round. In your,
Yeah,
on your
you can.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's technically you can, and it's
Oh,
very
boy.
strange. I don't know if I
Oh, boy.
agree.
All right. So what level of counterspell are you casting?
Oh God.
Finger of Death sounds high.
I know.
I know what level it is, but I'm not
I
going
think
to tell
it's-
you because let's have some fun.
Wow.
I'm just gonna cast it at 3rd level. We'll see what happens.
All right.
Not a lot of abjuration going on this sheet of mine here.
All right. So you do have advantage from Gamershare via Scully is my homegirl, but it is counted
Thank
by
you.
Hunt Society G.
Gah! Oh, only one.
Only one.
Society games.
Oh, that's a 3! Oh, I'm gonna reroll it with my luck point. Second luck point. Here we go. That's a natural 20!
Natural 20.
Yes!
Well, you still
Wow.
take half damage. Man.
Wow.
All right. So
Wow.
How many
that's
luck
so
die do you get a
unlikely.
day? Three luck
Three.
die a day?
Three.
Oh, wow. You've used 2 of them.
all right, Morgan, it's your chance to
Bring it.
70,
ready?
75
damage.
points of damage to the Cerberus, by the way.
Wow.
I'm gonna write that down. Hang on. 75 points of damage.
Yeah, with my
Holy
dragon
moly.
tooth dagger. I was kind
That's
of
okay.
hoping we were gonna fight a dragon at some point, so I could use my dagger on it.
Well, I mean,
Morgan
Yeah.
before me.
The night is young.
no, he's not. Okay. Here we
No,
go.
he's not telling me it's my turn. He's telling me it's my turn to do
All right.
math.
3,
Jeff knows what excites me.
2, 6,
11,
3,
14,
4,
18,
2,
20,
3.
23. Not
Seven.
Very well. 30.
All right, 30 plus 30, 60 points of necrotic damage, or half as much on a failed save.
30.
But you made the save. So 30
Yeah.
points of necrotic damage, and you have to roll
Ouch.
your concentration.
Oh, and you have to, it needs to be a 15 at least, DC 15 for the Tarask, because when you take,
I don't
Yeah,
know
it does-
why, but I believe you, and I will do that.
You have advantage from bow busy.
when you take high levels of damage to roll concentration, you either have to hit DC 10 or half the
Half of the
damage that you take.
Yeah, whichever
Got
is
it.
higher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Advantage from bow busy countered by grim faded on your concentration.
Come on. Oh, that's a natural 1! On the same die.
Guess
Tarask
who's
is
back?
back!
Tarask back.
That's not good. That's
All right.
not good.
So the Tarask
no.
appears
It's like
out
I
of the
solved the
demi-plane.
bathroom.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah. Death. So literally, what happened is, Death walked forward to you, Ugo, and then it disappeared out of existence. And right before you, in your eye line, Fahima, the ghostly gaze, the hollow, empty, death-like stare of death itself reaches out with its finger and touches you. And in an instant, you resist it with everything you have, but in an instant, you feel your body move closer to your time of death. This necrotic damage seething through you, and you can't quite maintain your concentration. And you see from the demiplane a very angry Tarask return
Yikes.
to the battlefield.
Guys!
Is it angry? I thought it enjoyed its time.
It's angry to be taken away from that delightful maze.
I mean,
That makes sense to me.
It was having a great time.
Amazing. Okay, so that was Death's turn. Cerebus is up. It is going to do the same thing again. It is going to take a couple of bites out of people. I can't reach Fahim anymore because you're way up there.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. I have advantage from the Raven Queen.
For what?
Searing Smite.
Oh.
That is
Might be immune to fire.
a...
Might be magic,
It probably is, since it's a hellhound, more or less.
Better.
Giant, three-headed.
Constitution. That is a 21.
but that saves.
Okay.
So the spell ends.
The moment that it tries to attack through this black hole of screaming darkness at one of my friends,
Yes.
it takes 10d10 psychic damage.
Oh my god. All right.
Again.
Do you want to roll that?
Mental prison is nuts. Yeah, hang on. Roll. I'm going to use digital on this to save us some time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably smart. I feel like I
Smart.
should have queued that up a long time ago for all this.
Ooh. 51 points of psychic
Oh
damage.
my gosh.
That's on top of my 75, so
Yeah.
It's probably hurting.
You've already done
Doing
215 points of damage to the Cerebus.
Wow.
So it is very badly injured. But is it able to complete its attack with
It
that?
is. It's just
Okay.
if it tries to reach through, it just gets a massive 51 points of psychic damage headache, basically.
All right. So it's going to do bite against Civ and bites against Lily and James. And
Is it within 30 feet of either Death or the Tarrasque?
It's definitely,
definitely not within 30
of
feet of the Tarrasque. But
death.
Death, I would say
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then the one that's coming at me is gonna. Wait, you said it's attacking me and Lily and who else?
Me.
James.
Are any of you concentrating on spells?
Not anymore. Mental.
No.
Once he tries to get out of the mental prison, he takes that damage in the spell ends.
All right. Well, to stay in character, I'm gonna have the attack going at Lily go at Death instead.
That seems right.
All right. The one that comes at you is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, I'm gonna get hit.
The one that's coming at Lily, that was advantage from Rio Lancelot. I also have advantage from DM Jeff Kanata and Mom of Goblins. Thank you for those.
Giving yourself
So
advantage.
the
That's
second
very.
one, it was on a 20 and it rolled to a 2. That's the worst. Oh, but that's an 18. So that's 29.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And then
But that's the one
to
that hits
Lily.
death.
Yeah.
And then 19 is the last one.
That
That's-
does hit me, though. I
yeah.
forgot to say that by this time, James has become very proficient in his shield, so it does increase, but a 19 still hits.
I'm just gonna roll once for all three of you guys, if that's okay.
Sure.
That's fine.
7 plus 4 plus 5 is 16.
Mhm.
Plus 9 is 25. Piercing.
Yeah.
Plus
Okay, so that's half for me.
plus
Dude.
4, 6, 7, 8, 9 points of acid.
Yikes.
So Morgan and I take that, but that damage goes to Death. The one that
Right,
was
can you
going
tell me
at
how much it
Lily.
was? I just said it out loud, but I didn't keep
Yeah,
track.
25 and 9.
Okay.
25
34.
piercing and 9.
I'm at half health already. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm doing something.
Yeah, you are.
Doing something. All right. So that was the Cerebus's turn. We are up to Uggo.
All right. Uggo is going to cast a spell called Spirit Shroud, and he will choose cold. Anyone within 10 feet of me will now get an extra 1d8 whenever they hit a creature.
Nice.
Oh, look at it growl. I love that.
Anyone
So
within
cool.
10, how many feet of you?
10 feet. Any creature that takes the cold damage from anyone can no longer regain hit points. And if a creature, any creature of your choice that you can see that starts within 10 feet of you has speed reduced by 10. So any creature you choice that you can see this, any creature of you. Okay, so I choose Cerebus. Cerebus cannot move. Its speed is reduced by 10, and everyone else gets within 10 feet is a D8 cold. And that is it's a bonus action, so my action will be to attack the Cerebus twice.
Look at how rad this scene looks right now, though.
I know.
Incredible.
Pretty cool.
It's so mythic.
Yeah.
I love it.
Did Cerberus come out of the recent Mythic Odyssey?
No, that's,
okay.
It's a
Okay.
homebrew.
It's great.
First attack is 27 on
We ha-
Cerebus.
We had that model. That hits. We had that model, so I was like, well, we're definitely using that.
Oh, you were gonna. Oh,
Second attack on Cerebus is 25.
That also hits.
So 2d6 plus 2d8. I will not use any spells to smite this time, but you will take 15 magical bludgeoning, 8 radiant, 6 cold on the first one.
15 plus 6 plus 8. Is that what you said?
Yeah. 29.
Nice. You'll take 17 magical bludgeoning, 7 radiant, and 6 cold.
I love the fireworks that are happening on the Cerberus's hind end right now.
Yes. Ouch.
Yeah, that is
It looks like Jubilee showed up and started attacking the Cerberus.
I'll go smacking it.
Where is Death? Oh, Death is up flying with
24, so that's another 30 points. He did 29 and 30, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go with that. Cold. So, 12 of that was cold, so I don't know if it's vulnerable or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, no. All right. Does that complete your turn? I'll go.
That completes my turn.
All right. So
Actually,
after-
I'll go. We'll move the bear around the front of Cerebus again. So that speed, it's a 60-foot.
It's pretty much there already. Okay,
Actually,
there
he'll
it is.
fly. He can't fly. Not Pegasus. I'm using the Pegasus. I'm using the Pegasus stat block because there's no celestial bear. But
It's a Pegasus bear.
It's a Pegasus bear. Winged bear. Winged bear.
Sure.
Yeah, that'll end my turn.
All right, so Death and the Tarask both have legendary actions they can do after your turn. So Death is going to swing her or his, whatever, scythe at.
Sure, make Death a lady.
Yeah, I like it better as a lady.
All right.
Like very Neil Gaiman.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Lady Death. Yeah, it's also Marvel.
True.
So she's going to swing her scythe at Fahima. So I have advantage from Melchior. Oh, that's going to be 20 already. That is a 31 to hit.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
Supernatural. The later
Do I
seasons
have
was also
anything at all that can help me here?
I rolled 2 10s and a 2. 22 plus 6 is 28 slashing damage plus
Dang.
2. Oh, 2 2s plus 4 necrotic damage.
So another 32.
Yeah.
So that's. I am officially over half damage, so I'm gonna invoke the Force of Good that's in our backpack.
Nice.
Yes.
I totally
This
forgot
is-
about that.
Meep's
Yes!
Flaming Fury, by written by Bill Ogg, and in the event Fahima's HP gets to 50% or lower, Meep bursts into a flame of fury. She's already a full-grown phoenix,
Yeah.
and dives through the enemy that dealt the damage to Fahima, causing 3d10 fire damage.
Woo! Roll your
Nice.
3d10.
I love it.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the
D10.
Tarask is going to do its legendary action as well. And it is going
boy.
to.
24.
Nice.
24
good
points of
roll.
damage.
Mm-hmm.
Fire. Yeah.
All right.
On Death. Yes.
On Death. 15, 8. All right. Whoa, look at that. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Amazing. Firing
Yes.
gulf death.
Nice.
So rad.
Wow, the map room's killing it.
Yeah.
They said they were going to go all out tonight. So the
Do it.
Trask is going to run up and smack somebody. Who are we going to smack? Let's smack Lily because Lily hasn't taken anything yet.
Rob,
What the heck?
What the heck?
I'm right next
Trask
I like
is
how-
just gonna
I like
step
how-
on Lily.
Literally, the biggest monster in the game is going out and attacking the smallest player character.
No, right there.
I'm taking him out.
I also moved. I moved in front of the Cerebus. That was a.
Oh,
Honestly,
you're
it
on the
speaks
back
a
of the
lot
bear.
to the-
I'm
it
not
speaks
sure.
a
we
lot to the
Yeah,
Trask.
yeah.
It's
Well,
one
lack of
claw attack or
confidence.
one tail attack.
Thank you.
One claw
Yeah, put me
attack.
within everybody because that's why I move forward. Just put everybody within 10 feet of me.
All right, it's going to attack with its claw, and that is, I love this. So I have advantage from ages 13. So I rolled an 11 plus 19.
Wow. As
That
if
is
you need to
30
roll.
30
Like,
to hit.
what's the point of rolling in case you get a 1 or a 20?
Plus 19 to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits.
So
Zarlena's.
8 plus 7 plus 7. I'm rolling d8s.
22.
8 plus 7 plus 7 plus 2.
24.
Plus 10, 34 slashing damage to Lily.
Yeesh.
Oh, ow.
Tarask hurts.
Trask
Ow.
hurts.
Trask hurts bad.
All right, so those are the two
Trask hurts.
legendary actions. Lily, is your turn, then Fahima, then James.
Okay, well, Lily hated that. Let me see here.
You guys were pushing my monsters around for a little while, but you know what?
I
Tide
mean,
is turning a bit.
This is nuts. Look at this scene right now.
So insane. So Lily is going to okay, Lily is going to is the Trask gonna get an attack of opportunity if she backs up?
I mean,
Its
yeah, if you
range-
leave
its
its
range is, like,
range, but its
literally
range is very
The
far.
whole map room. Okay, so oh shoot. Okay, map
Its
room, can
range
you-
is 15 feet, just so you
Can
know.
you zoom out just a little bit? I just want to see something.
Dimension door out of there.
Yeah. Maybe?
You and me, Lily. Let's just leave.
Maybe
Everybody
Yeah,
get
yeah,
on the
yeah.
big bird and fly away.
yeah. That was kind of the idea, but
Grow wings, Groma, go! Grow wings!
Oh my
So-
gosh.
I am going to. Yeah, Lily is going to. James, do you want to stay here or do you want to come with me?
I would like to go with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Lily's gonna grab James's hand and dimension door up to Fahima.
Yes!
Amazing.
Yes! Yes!
What?
Yes! Thank you.
And then when we get there, I'll give Fahima bardic inspiration.
Can Meep hold all three of us?
Oh, at
She's-
full size, yeah. She's
Okay,
full
good.
size. She's
Yeah.
no problem.
And I'm 30 pounds.
yeah,
Right,
Lily's
good
a
point.
small creature. So you see this
How much is your bardic inspiration?
portal open up in front of you, this
12.
door that literally squeaks open, and you see, through the portal, through the. No, that's a cool effect.
Wow.
You
Wow.
see this image of Fahima sitting on the on Meep, on the fiery phoenix. You literally see that through the door, through this hole in space, and you realize it is a passageway up there, and you step through and you appear on the back of Meep, but you're staring at Death, who's hovering in front of you as well.
Oh, there's
All
still
right.
that.
All right.
So Death
No
is
idea.
hovering. Death can like levitate, or she? I thought
Death
she was
has
on.
wings.
She wasn't
She-
on Meep. Okay, this changes.
No, she's not on Meep. She's just sort of hovering in the air. She teleported up there and she doesn't follow the rules of physics.
That makes sense. Sure.
Physics.
So that completes your turn, Lily?
Yeah.
Technically, the Tarask and the thing can still go again. They have more. So I'm going to do that real quick. Looks like I'm out of advantages. Look at that. Used up all my advantages, everybody, in the last episode. Looky me. So Death is going to swing its scythe again. Well, let's do the Tarask first. Can the Tarask reach from where it is?
Uggo, unfortunately.
Uggo. Yeah, let's get Uggo. And it is going to do an attack. Plus 19. Rolled a 9 plus 19. That should hit, I'm sure.
You can't miss unless you're rolling at one.
Yeah.
Jeff, I swear to God, if you say at the end of this fight, "Oh, I've got so much cool things they should do," I'm never gonna forgive you.
I mean, it hasn't even done its Frightful Presence, but I figured Uggo can just undo Frightful Presence for everybody, so I'm not even gonna bother doing it.
Phrase. I mean, it hasn't even done its frightful presence.
It's got so many cool things. It can slash you to death.
If
in
a
2
legendary
rounds.
creature was a spoiled little kid.
I totally forgot that Lily would have been grappled, but you mentioned door out of it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
goodness.
So Uggo, you take
Middle, it's hard to grapple.
12,
Yes, you're very tiny.
11 plus 11 plus 12 plus 7. Whoa. 11 plus 11 plus 12 is
34, 41,
plus 10. 51 piercing damage.
Dang.
And your
Congratulations,
grapple.
I'm below
Rage.
half level. I'm below
You-
half hit points. Good job.
You didn't rage, did you?
No. Of course not. Paladin mostly.
Right.
Yeah, if he rages, then he can't cast spells.
Can't cast spells.
And you are
that'll
grappled. You are grappled. Okay, and then Death can swing its scythe as a legendary action as well.
Yikes.
At Fahima.
Actually,
Or
it can
me.
do sweeping scythe. All creatures within 10 feet must make a dexterity saving throw.
I made a huge mistake.
That's the 3 of us. That's the 4 of us with me. Yeah.
Well, Phoenix
okay,
is
so that is
gargantuan. She should be putting some space between us.
what's well, yeah,
He's kind of teleported.
10 feet. All creatures within 10 feet. I'm gonna say it works. I'm gonna
But
say
she
it
did
works.
touch me. She did just touch
That's
me.
true.
So
She did.
So, Afima, you have advantage from Falstar. James, you have advantage from Fat Loot.
thank you.
And Lily,
Fat
you have
Loot.
advantage from Navy Bruin 02.
You said
This-
Dex?
Dex.
Can I have Bardic Inspiration to a saving throw?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Dirty 20?
Oh, I don't think I
That
need
does
to.
not save.
Oh, then I
Wait,
will use
what
my
did you
Bardic
say?
Inspiration.
Dirty
Yikes.
20
You got a
does not
20 and it
save.
didn't save? Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Dirty 20
Oh,
does
no.
not save, so I will add my Bardic Inspiration for a 25.
That saves.
Thank goodness. Yikes.
24?
That saves.
Woo!
It's a DC 22.
I didn't say.
So 2 plus 7 plus 10 is 19 plus 6 is 25.
Uh-huh.
25 slashing damage, 0 damage on a successful save.
Oof.
Cool.
Yikes.
All
Sort of
right.
started to get pretty hairy. Yeah, okay, wow.
So that was just after Lily's turn. Fema, you haven't gone yet, right? Fema's turn?
Yeah. Woof. Okay. Fahima's pretty hurt at this point. So she is going to use another force card. Which is Ain't Nobody Got Time for That, written by Will DJ 1217, which lets Fahima conjure her elemental without the
Ooh.
casting time.
Do it.
So she'll go and conjure this giant fire elemental that will burp flame and cold into death space.
Amazing.
Amazing.
And that's a Dex saving throw, I believe.
This is for death.
Death will roll it, yeah, against the breath
Dex saving
attack.
throw. All right.
Yes.
Oh, not
Should
good.
we
8 plus
using
5, I got a
forces
13.
as well?
Does not save.
All
oh
right.
wait, DC 11.
Oh.
Dexterity. That was on the minor elemental. So does that mean you make it? DC...
I would say it's your spell. Let's do your spell save since you're leveled up and we didn't level that spell.
Okay. So that is, and tell me if I'm doing this wrong because I haven't cast an elemental very many times. 13 fire damage, 19 cold damage.
That would be
32.
32 against death.
Yes.
All right.
And Fahima will turn to Lily. Lily, I need some help.
Me too.
Me too.
Samesies.
Yeah, we're literally fighting death right now.
We're all on the same. We're all on the same bird.
Actually, speaking of that,
I'm there.
Meep should be flying around trying to get away from death, so I'm gonna do that.
All right.
Meep's gonna fly down. She has 120 feet of movement. I just want to fly away from death. Can I get a wide view of the map room?
That's life, right?
I mean, yeah.
Wow.
So we all
We
do.
got
I'm
real
fine with that,
Same.
too.
philosophical
Right.
all of a sudden.
Let's fly down to an ally. I can't really. Who's
Both
is that
our
Sid?
allies are very
down
close
there?
to very big issues.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's like
Lily,
near an ally,
Lily,
sure.
where should we go?
Above the one that doesn't fly, the dog. That
Okay.
way, away.
So we
This
just
dog.
we just fly down next to the what did you call it? The lava dog? The
Cerberus.
Cerberus. Yeah.
So it's going to take its attack of opportunity against you. And it got a 25 to hit.
Who? Who are we talking about? Death?
Death
Yeah,
against you.
Well, the fire elemental is between me and
Oh,
Death.
good call. Good call. Okay.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's name them.
Wouldn't the fire elemental would fall though? Wouldn't
He deserves
fall?
it.
No, it's on Meep with me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then it's going to take its attack. Well, it's going to take its attack of opportunity against the fire element. So 8 plus 1 plus 4 is 13. Plus 6 is 19. Slashing damage, and 12. This D12 is awesome. 12 plus 7 is 19 necrotic. That's all against the element.
And was the slashing magical?
I assume.
I'm going to say
Death.
yes. It's
Okay.
literally Death's great scythe.
What was the total?
You could buy it at Home Depot.
39.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
If,
Oh, I
if,
think
if Jorl
It's
didn't
nine-
make the scythe, then it's technically not magical.
that's correct. I am saving my last spell slot for ascending to Jorl.
It was 19 necrotic. I can't remember. It was 19 necrotic, and I don't remember the other slashing.
It was 20 or
20 something.
19, maybe 30.
Oh yeah, so probably
39.
39. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
All right. So that was Fahima's turn. James, you're up.
How's the Cerberus looking? We've done a lot of
It
damage.
is very
to that
very
thing.
heavily damaged. Yes, it is on
Okay.
its last heads.
Got it. So we have since flown away from this, slightly out of trouble. James is seeing all the trouble that we're in and looks at the Tarrasque, the Cerberus, and then Death, and puts his fingers to his temple, and he casts 9th level Psychic Scream.
Ooh. That sounds fun.
Sounds
You unleash
awful.
the power of your mind to blast the intellect of up to 10 creatures of your choice that you can see within 90 feet, which I think they all are. Creatures that have an intelligence score of 2 or lower are unaffected.
The Trask has an intelligence of 3.
Yes.
It's just
all of
smart
them-
enough.
All of them. You're too dumb.
I love mazes.
They all
You guys,
need
Jeff
to make.
can't play low intelligence characters.
That's what it is. We've been over this.
We established
That's
that.
true.
They all need to make intelligence saving throws, and on a failed save, they take 14d6
Oh
psychic
my
damage.
golly.
It's a 9th level spell.
Oh my
Wow.
god! All right, the Tarrasque's int save is I rolled a 3 and it has a -4 to int, so that's a -1.
I got more for it when they keep going, but I got more for you.
The what else did Death int is +4, so that is a 15.
Nope, fail. My DC is a 19.
What other creature doing? The other Cerberus.
The Cerberus, which is
Yeah.
the one I'm looking for.
That is a +3. Ooh, 14. So it's a 17.
No.
Still fails.
Oh my golly. That's not
All
good.
3 of them take
Oh my
53 points of psychic damage
53.
and are stunned. And if any target is killed by this damage, its head explodes.
Well, the Cerberus is killed by it, and you see all 3 heads go.
Yes.
Pwah, pwah.
Yes.
All 3
yes.
heads explode in an eruption of gore and acid and fire.
Oh. I love all the animation.
Yeah.
So
the map
I
room
go
literally has pieces of brain flying at the screen right now.
I go full Cronenberg scanners, and you watch the veins across my forehead like flow with black energy, and then you just watch an invisible wave go boom. And then all 3 of its heads explode.
Oh.
And you see bits and parts go flying across this gorgeous celestial landscape, this cloudscape that you're standing on. It is gorgeous, but it is marred by these bits and pieces, these enormous amounts of bone and flesh. And as it explodes and soils this landscape, and it rests there for a second, it's kind of sizzling and steaming with acid and fire, and you see it sit there for a second, and then it starts to move.
No.
It starts to move together, and it assembles. It starts coalescing and coming together, building into something enormous, something familiar.
Oh no.
It reassembles itself into a colossal hodgepodge.
So
The hodgepodge is back.
Jeffrey.
So just clarifying then, the Tarask and Death are both stunned until they can successfully make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh God.
Those are saving.
Tarask.
Those are saving throws, so it will have to use. It can use a legendary resistance.
Okay, it will do
Does the
that.
hodgepodge have
On its
legendary
turn.
resistance?
The colossal hodgepodge. By the way, this is the incredible model that Thomas put together. That we only saw in tiny form, but this is its large colossal version.
It's like the
Thomas
best,
is
worst
insane.
Mortal Kombat character ever.
Yeah.
The details are mind blowing.
Yeah. How it's shining and all of the little nooks and
Yeah.
crannies too.
It's got
Look at the
tentacles.
little skulls on its belt.
Yeah, it's got
And
an eyeball
the
on its
signature eyeball
belly.
stomach.
It's just an eyeball stomach.
I just blew up 3 heads on a Tarask. I can go home. I'm happy now.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Cerberus.
Pretty good.
Cerberus.
Yeah.
My favorite part is that Civ and Ugo are down there and its heads explode and we're just covered in its gore. And then we look over at each other and then all of a sudden the gore flings off of our body and spills into another creature.
Yes.
What is happening?
I don't think any amount of poetry is going to heal our minds from this, Ugo. I think we're scarred for life at this point.
I already was, but now even more.
True. I was too. Yes.
All right. So
Is the hodgepodge a dead? Is it a dead creature?
It's undead.
It's undead. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, it is undead. All right.
Oh,
So
you're gonna
it is.
do
That
your
was James's turn, right? So
That
it
was
is the
my turn.
Tarask's turn. On the Tarask's turn, it is going. It has Ugo grappled in its jaws, and it is going to do the swallow action.
Yeah.
So it makes a bite attack against a larger, smaller creature it is grappling. If the attack hits, the target takes the bite's damage, and it is swallowed.
This
So
is the hodgepodge?
no, this is the Tarask.
That's a Trask.
I thought it was stunned.
Oh, it is stunned. It has to do.
It needs to spend it. It needs to spend an action to make an intelligence saving throw.
No, it's going to use its legendary resistance.
Which,
To do
well,
that.
it still has to spend the action to make
It still has to spend the action.
Oh,
to
you're
do
right,
that.
because it's only a failed saving throw, so it has to spend the action. Ah! Okay. Well, let's see if it. Oh,
poor
I got a natural
Trask.
20.
Well, then it's
So
well.
it didn't even need to
yes.
use its legendary resistance.
Yeah.
But still, you need to use the action to make the saving throw.
Yeah,
It does.
so it doesn't get to swallow you. Boo.
Yet.
Boo.
Get out of here.
Oh.
Yeah, boo. Oh, boo.
All right, so I guess that's its turn. That's its turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Psychic
good.
Scream, level 9 spell.
All right, so
It's
Civ, you're
awesome.
up.
Can I free Ugo if I do enough damage to the Tarask's jaw? Does that look possible?
If you do enough damage from the inside, no. Oh, you're saying free the grapple?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I just climb up the Tarask and just start stabbing the side of its jaw so it has to release.
I will allow that. Yeah, I think that
I
makes
mean-
sense. Yeah.
That's kind of, I feel like that's what I would do. The other thing is I could,
Yeah, I bet.
no, that's not going to help because it would just give it disadvantage, and disadvantage for a Tarask means nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to finish this fight. I think we got about 10 minutes left.
I know.
Okay.
to go. But this
All right,
is
well then,
so
I'm
epic
gonna-
and so fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna at least climb up the Tarask and try to free my friend who has saved me so many times. So
All
that's
right.
my goal. Actually, you know what? I could probably do more damage with my bow, so I don't even have to go up there. I'm gonna shoot it in the jaw 3 times. Let's see what I can do. Advantage, disadvantage?
Oh, excuse me. You do have advantage from Tuo Mask, the Carson, and Idaikai.
18?
Against the Tarask
Yeah.
is a miss.
Okay, then I'm gonna use lucky and re-roll that first attack.
All right.
Dirty 20?
Is a miss.
Ah, man, this is gonna be hard. Okay. Let's try it again. 23
is a miss.
Wow.
I don't think I'm gonna pierce the Tarask's hide.
What?
All right, last shot.
23 miss.
27.
That hits.
Woo!
Nice.
Will you give me sneak attack at least? Since
Yeah,
it took
yeah, you
all
can do
my-
sneak
okay.
attack. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeesh.
All right, so
I want somebody to try to shoot a spell at the Tarask.
I mean, I fired
Why?
Eldritch Blasts at it, but
You did? I thought you fired Eldritch Blast at the Cerebus.
No,
no,
is
I
that
think
the,
my
I
first
did a
turn
spell
was.
at it.
was
Are you
the
sure? To the
beholder.
Tarask?
You hit the
Yeah.
beholder
For-
with your
Oh, maybe I did. You're right.
Yeah, you haven't shot a. Nobody has shot a spell
Yeah.
at the Tarask that has.
first thing she did was amazing. So
Yeah.
Right.
I did a spell, but
40.
it resisted it.
Yeah.
It did its
69
life
points of damage to its jaw.
Woo! All right, so
Wow.
over 60 is what would make it spit someone out of a swallow. So I'm going to say over 60 will certainly make its jaws fall slack for Uggo to fall free.
Can I try to
Yes.
catch him?
can I
Roll
try
me
to
a-
catch
roll me a
myself
dexterity.
and grab like the bottom jowl of the thing?
Don't do that.
Sure.
Like
if
you know
want
the
to.
under part of a lizard. You know that
Yeah,
part.
it's just
Yeah.
like, "Arr!"
Yeah, like,
Like,
oh God, what
Yeah.
are you doing? I want to grab. I don't want it to let go. I want to stay on this thing right now. I just
right,
want
so
a big
I'll go
old
roll me a-
handful of Leviathan.
roll me a dex
right.
save. You have advantage from Falstar. And if he fails his save, you can roll your dex save to see if you catch him.
Okay. That's probably going to do more damage to me. if I catch
19
him.
was my dex save.
Yeah, you hang on for dear life as this thing. Civ stabs it with his sword, slicing up,
Shoot it.
causing massive amounts of damage. This thing, you feel the blood explode around you, Uggo, as you're clasped in its jaws, and its mouth immediately falls open, and you tumble out, but you reach up at the last second and you grab its lip, and you'll hold on for dear life, dangling from the underside of this Tarask's massive jaw.
Oh my god.
You can let go, my friend. I'll get you.
Okay, just give me a second.
What do we think, guys? One more round and then we'll call it.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
let your wildest stuff go.
Yeah, really. Level 9 spells.
Yeah,
people.
this will be
Bring
the
it.
biggest stuff. All right, so we are at the bottom of the round. I'm gonna have Death and Cerebus go, and then we'll go to the top for Uggo, and that'll be the last round. So, what's Death's craziest thing that it
We
can
are
do?
away from it. The map room didn't move us, but we actually did fly.
Yeah, you
away
moved,
from
right?
it.
All the whole gang. You can just
Yes.
move Death away from you if you want. That'll be a little easier, perhaps.
Or we flew back where, like, near where the Cerberus was. I mean, like, back towards where Civ was.
All right, so it's gonna
That's fine.
it's gonna look at Fahima. No, yeah, I think no, James. No, Fahima. Fahima's on the bird. Fahima he's gonna look at Fahima,
The
and
hodgepodge?
it's gonna cast
No, death.
Power Word Kill.
Well, how far away? We're far away from it now.
Well, I can move closer to you if you want.
Oh my god.
It's gonna do Power Word Kill. So you utter a word of power that can compel one creature you see within range to die
Yeah.
instantly.
Yeah, for when you
No,
use
Viva, no!
counterspell it.
If the creature you choose has 100 hit points or fewer, it dies. Otherwise, the spell has no effect.
Jeff, I'm going to use my last third level spell and counterspell it.
Are
Okay.
you have to be within
30 feet. He looks like he might be.
Counterspell
30
60.
feet?
It's 60.
Oh, 60.
Yeah, it's 60.
Ho ho.
All right.
So I'd cast it at third level. I'm not going to cast it higher than that. I can't really. Well, I can, but I'm use my fourth level spell. So intelligence check, right? Or my spellcasting modifier?
It is. Counterspell is DC equals to 10 plus the spell's level. So
Okay,
yeah,
so-
just roll.
Nat 20!
No way!
Take a picture.
No way!
Absolutely. I will
Oh
take
my
it.
god. I was getting Meep's character sheet out. Like, what happens when Ron
Ron's
dies?
dice.
It is going to counterspell your counterspell.
Amazing.
It's the
I'm
James,
so counterspell.
James will use his reaction to cast counterspell.
You got counterspell too?
The only have 4 spell slots and they're all 5th level, I would. It is a emergency break open in case of use only, and this counts. So James will cast a 5th level counter spell, which
amazing.
I still have to roll.
So,
but yeah.
So what happens is death hovers towards you, moving. It is as if everything slows down for you, Fahima. Sitting there, the bird wings, the Meep's powerful, large, flaming wings moving as if in slow motion. Your friends clutching behind you, your back, holding on for dear life. And you see the eyes of death, these hollow holes in its skull-like face, moving forward at you. And it reaches out a skeletal hand and it says clearly, crisply, and almost in your head, die. And below you, out of your hearing, almost just a faint whisper, you hear Uggo's voice. No. And then you hear death. Yes. And then you hear James. No.
There's got to be some hand action there when Morgan does that. No.
Do I have advantage?
You do have advantage. You have advantage from Z-Man 9018.
Thank you,
The counterspell automatically works, right? If you counterspell and counterspell.
Yeah, no, you don't have to roll it because it was a.
Thank God, because I rolled terribly.
Counterspell is a level 3, right? So it doesn't.
Yeah.
It
Actually, and I counterspell at a level 5 because that's my warlock spell slots.
Yeah.
So yeah,
automatically works. All right, so that's Death's last turn. We have the the Cerberus is dead. Oh, we have the
sick.
We have the
What did I miss?
We have the hodgepodge. The hodgepodge gets to do one thing. This beautiful hodgepodge model, which never really got its due. It is gonna charge.
Stunning.
It is gonna charge whatever the creature is that is closest to it. It is going to charge at least 15 feet and slam. Yeah, let's say Civ if that's the closest. And it is going to do.
Civ, look out! There's a big fat undead thing coming.
It's all right. I've been swallowed by
a 19 to hit.
Yeah.
All right. That is 10 plus 8 is 18 points of bludgeoning damage plus 9 points of necrotic damage, and you must make a DC 15 strength save or be knocked prone, so you have advantage from Adaikai on your strength save.
Actually, I'm going to use... Sorry, I should have said this earlier. I'm going to use Runic Shield and have you make another attack roll to see if you would possibly miss me.
All right. Ooh, that is a 20, dirty 20.
Yep, that still hits. Okay. So how much damage am I taking?
Oh, don't ask me that. I said it out loud. Whatever it is I said.
Chat knows.
Yeah.
I'll check chat.
24. I'm not sure. Yeah, I lost. I'm too busy thinking about what the heck else I want to do.
27. Vosh Voyager is saying 27.
Thank you, Vosh Voyager. All right, so that is the Hodgepodge's turn. We're at the top of the round. Uggo, this is our last round.
Uggo closes his eyes. He begins to cast a spell, and he says, Candle Queen, and those that watch us as we strive and struggle, please help me, and cast Banish on the Tarask.
All right.
Yeah.
Charisma saving throw.
All right. I'll.
Pretty handsome Tarask. I don't know.
That is a pretty handsome Tarask. Charisma plus 0. All right, let's see what we got. Ooh, it's an 18. Natural 18.
Yep.
16 was the DC.
Thanks.
Oh,
Tarask ain't going nowhere.
finally.
I'll teach you Maze.
Yeah, because that's such a great way to end the story.
Well, I mean, it would have been cool.
What are you gonna do?
Hey, can't always be the hero, right? Okay. So then, when it doesn't disappear, he goes, "Fine," and he rages.
All right,
And let's go.
let's
Nice.
go. Lily,
Wait, so do I need to roll to catch him if he's falling from the terrace?
yeah, let's have you do that.
He'll
Let's
take
see what
reduced
happens.
damage.
You have advantage from a Daikai on your deck save.
Yeah, I mean, that's 30.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
deftly move underneath him in this huge, but you're large now too. You've grown in
That's
size. So
true.
you catch
That's
him.
true.
No
I'm
problem.
like 2 times the size. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Ugo says, "Oh, thanks, Viv." and he kisses him on the cheek. I appreciate
Oh.
that.
All right, Lily, you're up.
And then they have a complicated discussion about
Lily
kissing.
sees that and she's like, what the heck? Lily's on Meep and just like peering over and sees the hodgepodge come out, and so she's just gonna be like, and she's gonna cast Otto's Irresistible Dance on the hodgepodge and just see if
Yeah.
it
Yes.
The hodgepodge does not have legendary resistance.
You can dance if you want to.
Hashtag it's complicated.
All right, what does it need to? What's the
Wisdom
save? Oh, it's got -1 to wisdom. And I rolled a 10, so that's a 9.
So it doesn't save. So the
Starts
target
dancing?
begins a comic dance in place, shuffling, tapping its feet, and for the duration. The creatures can't be charmed, are immune to this, but
All right, Amanda, it's your time to shine. Let's see
So
a little
1 minute,
hodgepodge dance.
1 minute hodgepodge tap dance.
Yeah, really.
The hodgepodge begins.
Yes, look at it.
Shuffling.
Oh,
It's doing
man.
the MC Hammer.
Dance.
MC Hammer
It's
dance.
perfect.
That's
The
adorable.
hodgepodge and the Tarrasque gonna have a delightful time, like going to discos and escape rooms together.
Lily
love
is
it.
just sitting on the edge of Meep, just kind of like looking at the hodgepodge dance.
Look at the musical notes coming off of
I
him.
see that.
It's
yeah.
so
It's
good.
amazing. Unfortunately, it's the Macarena, and it annoys everyone.
No! Why?
Causes death to die.
Brilliant.
Not even the cha-cha slide.
All right,
Loving the
Fahima.
dance moves. The dance moves are really good.
Fahima, your last turn.
That's the hodgepodge has been to a lot of weddings and learned all of its dances there.
Yeah.
If it-
So Fahima,
Whoop-em Gundam style.
Fahima, very seriously in contrast to this dancing hodgepodge, says, she whispers to herself, "A wish exists outside the bounds of normalcy, outside the bounds of magic. A wish obeys no laws. It is infinite potential. I wish to send all of my enemies within a 300-foot spheric radius to the bottom of the deep reef."
All right. And in that instant, the whole world transforms. Tarrasque poofs out of existence. The dancing hodgepodge moving back and forth poofs out of existence. And death hovering in the air right in front of you. Poofs. And you are all standing there alone on this floating cloud. And James poofs out of existence. No, I'm just kidding.
Dare
It
you?
was my enemy all along?
Yeah. Yeah. He turned into sloppy goat at the end.
Dare you?
The heroes
I'll
of
tell you
Bingle.
one thing. I dream of Jeannie.
The wish. Teleporting all of your enemies away until you are there standing, looking at each other, thinking back over the long campaign. It's our final image, hovering above the clouds, hovering there, triumphant. Their combined efforts, the team itself, the reason for your victory. A vision, perhaps, of a future yet to come, or a potential what if. We don't know, but a fun fight nonetheless.
James would like to cast Sending to Jorl. I thought I was kidding. I'm not.
Life is pain. We're good to hear from you.
And say, we're coming for you.
You have waited quite a long time.
There's a lot.
Don't believe you.
And there's a whole time travel thing. I'll tell you, but we're gonna get you out of that.
It is really quite. I mean, you were leveled to 20. It is.
Listen,
We've been very busy.
I too have been busy in prison. Each day I painstakingly scrawl a line into the wall. Every 5th day I put a diagonal line. All I see are lines everywhere. It has been many days in here. Life is pain.
Wow.
oh my god.
Ending the show
yeah.
on Life is Pain.
Yeah.
Well,
Good times.
there is one more thing. It wouldn't be right not to end the show with one last secret room.
What?
And oh, before that, I almost forgot. We have something even more special. Secret room is coming, but we have something even more special than that. The map room has been incredible. And the question that we've got more than any other is, how do they do it?
Yeah.
Can we do it in our home games? The answer, as you'll soon see, is no. It is an extraordinary 4-person team that does this. And tonight, because it's our last night with the map room, we're going to give you a little bit of a behind the scenes, a little view into what it's like for them in virtual reality as they are making these fights.
Whoa.
That
Wow.
is what they see. Those headsets,
Whoa.
are the people, is the
Oh my
team. That's
God.
actually them
Wow.
waving at you and swirling around.
Hi.
That's our team.
Amazing. Look at the laser.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I think John's gonna
Hi,
pick up
guys.
the camera and show you what they look at. This is
Wow.
all of the tools that they have inside the VR space. They're
Wow.
watching our show.
Look at the little cameras.
What?
Yeah.
So this is them they watch our show on a camera inside VR, so they see what we see. And you can see right there a window into our show.
Wow.
That is their UI layer that they're showing us. There's all their
Oh
hidden
God.
pieces
Nice.
that they can pick up and use. All the different creatures that you may summon or we may need at any given time. They're literally walking around a virtual space, picking up things, putting them, moving them around as if they were, in a real place. So
All
all the
sitting
stuff
on
that
the floors of their living rooms in their
Yeah,
apartments, I
exactly.
assume.
Yeah, they're all in virtual. They're all in their individual spaces in their homes.
Wow.
And
That's
everything
so
they need is
crazy.
in this space. So they have buttons to turn on and turn off to make all those cool effects.
They're like meteors
Meteors
falling from the
following.
sky.
Well, in case anybody was going to cast Meteor, they had that effect.
I had Meteor Storm
I thought
ready.
about
Yeah.
it. I thought about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, would have been good.
So this is by the way, when people are saying, "Hey, can we use it in our home game?" This is what it takes to
Yeah.
create what you see, and it is all created by this team. It was all developed by this team, and it is a multi-person effort that they did every single week for us. We are all, of course, extremely grateful for their hard work and ingenuity on this, and I think it's an extraordinary thing to see what they see. This is the UI layer that they're privy to.
Amazing.
And so when it's like, hey guys, can we do the thing? They're like literally walking around, picking stuff up, switching
It's
switches.
an elephant.
It's an elephant. Hi.
Yeah. So
Oh,
thank
we love you guys.
John and Michael and Thomas and Amanda, the Candle Queen herself.
Wow.
Yeah, extremely grateful, and I'm glad. I almost forgot, but I'm super glad that we remembered to take a look at the behind the scenes of the map room, because it is
Oh,
No one else is doing anything remotely like this. This is like
Yeah,
just
that's-
extraordinary,
This is
and
wild.
I'm going to
Mind-blowing.
miss it very much.
Me too.
love you
Me
guys.
too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Map Room.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you, Map
appreciate
Room.
you. Thank you for all your
Ain't
efforts.
no
We're
party
gonna-
like a map room party.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
trying hard.
Yeah. Look at
Oh,
that.
Oh.
Amanda, I love you.
Farewell, Map Room, until we meet again. Till we meet again. Thank you for everything you did. All right. It is time for one last secret room. Here on Caffeine.
Can we watch this one?
This secret room is for everybody. It's our secret as the family of watchers. Because each of you watching experience something in this moment. A flash blinding your vision that forces you to blink twice. You have a sensation of moving forward at incredible speed, lurching through time and space, until suddenly you are still. And once again, like so many times before, you find yourself peering into another world through the lens of the amulet, the Secret Keeper's amulet. You are observing the world from a first-person perspective, and you realize that the amulet is being worn. You are looking out on this world from a position hanging on a neck. A window into another time and place hanging just below the wearer's eye line, seeing nearly what the wearer sees. And what you see is a table. And on that table is a book and a quill and ink. A hand scribbles furiously in the book, but from your vantage point, you can't quite make out what it is writing. This person, the wearer of the amulet, seems to be utterly consumed by the act of it, feverishly putting ink to parchment. You observe it intimately from your position on their neck. And then, all at once, the hand stops. The writer places the quill back into the ink bottle and leans back. Then they reach out and pick up the book as if reviewing their work. You glimpse the last few sentences that they have written. I hope it goes as well as I think it might. I have no doubt it will. The hand flips through several pages, all of them covered with words, dialogue, and description. You notice that this is chapter 77. As page after page flips by, you see that this is only the middle of the book, just the beginning of Act 2. There are dozens and dozens of blank pages waiting to be filled. The pages flip by faster and faster until you arrive at the very first page. You see there clearly the very first line of the book. It started as a simple dungeon run. The hands close the book, and you can see the cover. There, written in a flowery script, 4 words. The Heroes of Bingle. The hands set the book down and reach out for a mug, resting farther away on the table. They pull it in close. As the mug passes your view, you get a glimpse of what is inside. Dark liquid. Coffee? You hear the slurping of the last bit of liquid. All out, all done. You hear a voice, female, talking to herself under her breath. No more? Guess I'll have to finish this without the benefit of... Then there's a knock at the door. You sense movement and realize she is taking off the amulet, removing your perspective. Your viewpoint shakes and bobs as she sets you down on the table beside the book, leaning awkwardly. The angle is skewed, but you can see off into the corner of the room toward the doorway. The woman who had been wearing the amulet stands and moves toward the door. She is small, compact, but looks strong. A dwarf? No, a gnome. She opens the door and sunlight streams into the room. You catch just a glimpse through the doorway. Palm trees, sand. There are figures, multiple of them, of different shapes and sizes standing outside. But backlit as they are, you can't quite discern any specific features. One of them speaks. Are you done writing? No, just taking a little break. We are needed elsewhere. I know. Grab your things. She turns back inside, and her hand disappears inside a tall curio cabinet. When it reappears, it holds a long, sharp dagger. Clearly, she has held this weapon many, many times. She flips it deftly, and it dances between her fingers, a flourish born of skill and practice. She pulls on a leather jerkin and gloves and strides back to the table, picking up the book and sliding it into her satchel. Then she leans down and grabs the amulet. She lifts it, and you, to meet her gaze. You looking out of the front of the relic, and she looking into it. You see her face. Older, wiser, tested, but unmistakably, it is the face of Prim Dumblestuck. Come on, she says. Lots yet still to be done, and none of us can do it without you. And that's where we're in tonight.
Dang it, Jeff.
It was beautiful.
That was good.
Yeah, it was really touching.
It has been my privilege to be your DM. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Say again that I hope everybody joins the Discord and follows us on socials. If you want to go around and mention places where people can follow you all individually, I think that'd be useful. But hopefully this community stays strong and stays tight, and we'll figure out what's next.
Yeah. My Twitter is @KJackVO. Instagram is @JaredKJack. Definitely follow the Dungeon Run Twitter and the Dungeon Run Instagram as well. And by all means, join the Discord. There are some amazing people on there. If you're looking for a D&D game yourself, it's a great place to meet some amazing people. So please do so.
Jessica?
Hi, everybody. You can find me on Twitter @Jessica Parsons, on Instagram @Jessica Lynn Parsons, and I just started a Twitch channel called Hello Goodberry, and you can find it at twitch.tv/Hello Goodberry. It's a variety channel. We do a crafting segment called Druid Craft, ability check, where we learn a new skill each week. We do gaming and cooking and lots more stuff on the way. I hope I see you there.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, find me at Morgan Pete Brown on Twitter. Morgan Pete Brown, not Peter Brown. And Morgan Peter Brown on Instagram. And my wife is throwing confetti at me. Yes, so I'll echo everything else. All right, honey, the plastic bag is very loud. But yeah, join the Discord and I'll see you. But yeah, I'll echo everything everyone else said as well.
Hi, everybody. You can find me on The Real Rogden. It's pretty much everywhere. Twitter, Instagram, and now Twitch as well. You can find me there. I do paint streams. I play video games. I'm very much a variety stream as well. I'll be adding a lot more stuff coming up soon. A lot of it focused around D&D. And make sure you stay in the Discord. I'm very active there, and I can plan to continue to do so. So you'll be able to reach me, hopefully, there. So Discord is the best place.
Discord is the best place.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the Katie Michaels on all of the places. Twitter, Instagram, and now Twitch. But I haven't done any streams on Twitch, but I'm there. I'm gonna do it. So follow me. Love you.
And I'm at Jeff Canada, which is spelled with 2 N's and 1 T. I hope I have lots of shows for you to check out if you're interested. But you can find out more about that stuff by just following me there. Can't wait to see you all again. Thank you, watchers, for being with us on this journey. I don't want to say goodbye. Until we meet again, the most important thing I can say is humankind. Be
both.
Be both.
To all of you who have ever watched and interacted with us throughout our adventure, our humble thanks. We truly mean it. Thank you. Until next time, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started. It started. It started. As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.
Watchers, I am Nezeron, and you sit at a very important inflection point. What happens next is up to you. For the heroes of Bingo are responsible for my death. But if they can stop death will not have been in vain. This inflection point can decide everything. Watchers, our fates are intertwined. I will need you. They will need you. All of iron stands in the balance.